Hi. Hi everybody. How you doing? How's your Saturday? Welcome, 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 welcome. Sorry, no cam today. No cam, no cam, no cam. How is our sound doing? How's my voice? How's the music? Music too loud? Tell me what's up. Also, for anybody who wants to watch the rest of that time-lapse video, I will get you a link here. So this is the final of that. Sound is good? Good balance? You can hear both the music and me? Oh, the music's at a good volume. Good. Ugh. Alright. How are you guys doing? How is your Saturday? Hey, Crane. What's up? How you doing? Alright. Turn this down on my end, but I'm going to turn it up on your end. That makes sense. Yeah, tell me if the music is too loud. I'm trying to do this thing where I equalize it, I guess. Hi. Okay. So this was the time lapse that I put up this week, and I broke myself getting it up. I'll talk to you later about that. That has a tie-in with a question I would like to ask the chat later. So we're gonna do that. I would call eating a blueberry muffin a win. Good job, Crane. I'm proud of you. And I'm jealous of you. Blueberry muffins are pretty awesome. I had a scone today. I feel pretty lucky to have had that. It was delicious. As for the camera, majority of the time, I'm gonna level with you guys. Majority of the time, when I don't have my camera, it's one of two things. I was either too busy to get all dolled up for y'all, which for that, I'm sorry. It doesn't take priority for me, unfortunately. At least not right now. Mayhaps another time. And the other thing, which is a little bit more, I don't know, from a serious nature, I guess, is that I get bad acne. And I'm not just doing this because I have a zit. If I had a zit, I would just cover it up. This is like, it opens up, there's a wound. I don't want to put makeup in the wound. I know this is gross. I'm sorry, I probably should have put a content trigger warning thing, but I just don't want to do that. So yes, I have wounds and band-aids on my face right now. And as fun as that would be to have on camera, I think I'm gonna pass. So apologies for not having a cam today. At least I feel like that's a legit reason. It's not like, you know, oh, I'm self-conscious that I don't look as good today. No, it's nothing like that. It's literally I have wounds on my face and I don't want you to see them. Because I don't want that to, like, you gotta be really careful when you put your face in anything on the internet, because man, you don't know what's gonna tip someone the wrong way and all that. So I'm trying to avoid that. So, you know, because some people might even get triggered by, you know, seeing a band-aid on someone's face or something. I don't want to even touch into what that could all be. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'm sure a lot of you understand. But anyway, tell me about your week. My week was busy. And what happened? God, I am the worst at recalling my weeks. Like the absolute worst. I know the main things I did, but other than that, like, it's a little loud, you're a little quiet. Okay. But recorded forever? Yeah, that's also a good point, Cavendish. It's recorded. God. Oh, yeah, see, and especially because I forward these typically to YouTube. I haven't forwarded the last two, but yeah, they get forwarded. So, yeah, I don't want it recorded forever. There's that. Yeah, and it's bad. Like, I don't have a picking problem per se, but I treat the wounds and stuff, because sometimes, depending on the type of acne you have, if you have cystic acne and all that stuff, it can go south real quick. So, I'd rather just tell you, hey, I've got some issues with my actual complexion and not just some insecurities. So there's that. Anyway, I'm starting this Cozy Corner series, and this one is around 8 by 10, so it's bigger than my hand. And I don't think I'm going to do them all this big. So today we're doing this one, and this is a good deal smaller. This is just a 5 by 7. So it should be, like, we should be able to finish this, I think, on stream. So that's good. So then you guys can see the whole kind of process going on. But this one is of, let me explain it, I guess. There's a walnut that's turned into a chair. The other half of the walnut has been, like, kind of hollowed out to be a little base. If anybody has a wicker papasan or anything like that, like one of those basket chairs that's like, it's like a little nest, that's what this is based on, because I am obsessed with those. I've had 4 in my lifetime. I love them. I love them so much. So that's what that's about. And I'm trying to get that shadow that's always there out of the way, but I don't. Danik, hi! Thank you. Thank you for the cheer. I'm still trying to get, I don't know why. That is one persistent shadow, gotta tell you. Well, I think it might have to be at an angle for it to not be in the shot, so sorry, it's gonna be kind of, hopefully this doesn't give anybody vertigo. Sometimes it gives me vertigo. But I'm gonna do this. I might actually try to record this for my YouTube, so it's kind of a time lapse, I guess. But I want to make it so it's pretty okay, so I don't have to do too much. So I have to get all my UI and stuff out of the way so I can just kind of crop it. Hi, Crickens! Hi, Christina! I saw you come in too. Comic you drew from 2003 to 2007? Broke. Oh no, I built it. Jesus. Well, good for you, Cavendish. That was probably time well spent. I bet you feel good about that. Oh yeah, keep your papasan. It is amazing. If you have space for it and you can make yourself, that little nest, buy some good pillows, some good soft blankies. Oh man, hook yourself up. Papasans, to me, like when I ask people, do you like to wet relax or dry relax? I feel like the epitome of dry relaxing is in a papasan. Like, you've got a bunch of blankets, you've got a bunch of like little soft pillows that are super malleable, and you sit there and you drink hot things and you read things and you draw things. I don't know. For me, that's like the thing. Anyway. No, don't be afraid to break it. They're pretty resilient. Shoot, I didn't bring down a big brush. That's okay. I'll figure this out. I'll use 2 brushes. How about that? We'll do that. I didn't bring down a big brush, so we'll use 2. I didn't think I'd need one. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wet my paper. And then we'll get to talking about you. Even though we've kind of been talking about you guys already. Which I'm happy about. I like talking to you, about you. You people are the only people I talk to. Yeah, you people. What do you mean, you people? So this is printed on hot press. I did the line work late last night and today. And then I printed out in a color that I think will work with the piece. And, then we're gonna let it kind of dry, not really though. Still trying to figure out, I know I want this during the day, And, God, that lighting is horrible. Let me see if I can move this. Hold on. The only problem really with doing watercolor on stream, okay, there's two. One, you gotta wait till things dry. And two, Jesus. Two, the shininess. It's kind of hard to work with. Anyway. Hey, Crane, that's great. That's fantastic. I think it depends on the papasan too, Crickens. Like, there are ones that are the size of couches. I had one of those ones. That was awesome. Because that was like an adult-sized nest. Like, you could fit your entire body in it. I loved it. I loved it so much. But that was one from a long time ago. So, I do not have that one anymore. In fact, I don't know what happened to that. I am kind of sad about it. I would like to get another one someday. I think that would be really fun. I'm trying to pull up a walnut reference. I want to get the colors kind of right. Oh, and then you kind of roll around in it. Oh, that's a good idea though, because then you can kind of just crawl into it. I get that. That makes sense. Okay, let me bring up my questions here. I like to write questions as I think of them throughout the week so that we can kind of just talk about some fun stuff. So one of them, the biggest one that I kind of have a thing for too, that I'll talk about after we go over your guys's, is how did you surprise yourself this week? I guess we can say the past 2 weeks, but what was something that you did this week that's like surprised yourself in a good way? Let's stay positive with it. So, how did you surprise yourself in a good way? Oh, I forgot to put up. Hold on a second. I have a little. Yeah. So, I'm going to put this up here too, because it's available for purchase. Technically, this one is too. This other one I was showing earlier. Right now, for patrons, until Monday, you have a chance to grab this. So check the latest update if you really want this original. It is 8x10. And then after, Sunday? So starting Monday, I'll announce it to everybody else. But I like to give patrons kind of a heads up. And then I've got this other one. This one's older. Some of you were probably on the stream when I did this one. This is during my storefront series. It is probably 95% done. I still have to go through and do a lot of line work on it, but I'm going to be selling this one on my site too. If you guys want, let me see. I think I hit my focus thingy. On my website, if you like originals, there. I've got a couple up there. Since I've been transitioning from my Etsy to my actual store, I only have like 3 originals up right now. But, you know, maybe you like them. But I have to upload probably about like 30 more. I just don't have the time right now to do it. But I've got a few at the moment. I have to re-wet it. I think it actually dried. I was talking too much. Figures. But I want this to be really warmly lit. Kind of like my other one. I will do a night scene at some point. This was supposed to be one, but then like I got this idea for the lighting in it and I was like, well, I should probably go with that. I'm feeling it pretty hard. Which I was. Let's see. Technically, I did nothing to surprise myself, but I'm surprised that the upgrade from Windows 7 to 10 went well and without issues. That is good. When technology works the way you would like it to, that's always a win, I would say. I'm going to move this. Hold on. This lighting is balls. For what I have, This should not be the lighting right now. Hold on. I think it's taking this too much as law. But yeah, tell me a way you surprised yourself this week. I like knowing that, because I think every week you should kind of surprise yourself in some way. You know, that way you know you're at least experiencing things, you're trying new stuff, you're, you know, you're just, I don't know, living, right? Oh, for goodness sakes. Alright, maybe this will fix it. It's a little better. Setting up my Roll20 story, getting all the tedious forms, so sort of not good. It's very easy to put off. It's true. All that kind of dry work for your stuff is really easy to put off. So I'm proud of you for doing it, Crane. Good work. Getting it out of the way so you can do the fun stuff, right? I was totally the do your chores before you could play sort of person. So good for you. That's not easy to do, to just kind of bog down and do the work, you know? Get out of here, thing. Gotta get some colors in here. Some darker colors, too. That, get some of this brown in here, some black, get some purple I want to get in. This is kind of underground, but I've also got some purple I want to get in here too. So right now I'm doing it this loose because it's just kind of, it's going to open up. And then I can, you know, go for more specific. So the purple you're going to be seeing are some purple plants. Like flowers, sort of. I guess they're like lilacs. I want the whole room to kind of be kind of warm. I'm kind of a lilac nut. Like, I love lilacs. They're basically, I think, my favorite flower. Technically, I should have done something that was more sunlit first. So brighter. Gives more light and pink. There we go. Get some more pink in here. Different kind of yellow. Because purple in the sunlight would be a little bit more pink. This is a little bit yellow, but I can always add it in post to tint it the way I want, but I messed a step already, and that's part of just, you know, Twitch, streaming, I'm not with it completely. But I'm in the vicinity. There we go. And I had a setup similar to this at one point, like my studio kind of used to look like this when I lived at a different house, older house. And I have some like vines and some dirt and things up here. So I needed this to be a bit darker. And instead of using black, I'm going to use some blue. And I also gotta tilt it, I think, a bit. I need something to tilt it with. So if I tilt it, then all the colors will go down instead of being up. But right now we're just kind of setting the mood of it. And I know it looks like a mess, but give it a minute. Once it dries, it should kind of get a little bit better. So just working in some forms that maybe I could work in there. Don't have a direct plan yet, but you know, just varying the shapes will help a lot later. You know, trying to anticipate some shadows. Somehow I'm not going with my own line work today. Eclipse, thank you for the follow. What's up? Oh, cool. Crane, you should check out GameCrafter.com. They do that too. Maybe looking at their site might help you kind of with your stuff too. Making maps works. Yeah, and I've got a whole wad over here to lift the colors, but I don't want to do that too much. I use that as a crutch a lot of the time, so I'm kind of trying to avoid it. Trying to get out of my comfort zone a bit. So just gonna let these kind of dry. So while those dry, I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna do more down here. Yep, different from my original idea. That's a good way to put it. Let's see. So Crane had a good one about how he surprised himself. Anybody else? This is your time to brag, man. You know, I'm asking, so I think you're not bragging about something when somebody has legitimately asked you and they want to know. Which, that's me. I'm doing that right now. So tell me, you know, how you surprised yourself. I think bragging is really like when you know, nobody asked and you're like, well, I did this thing and blah, blah, blah. Or like if someone else is talking about their accomplishments and you come in with, well, I did better than that with this. That's bragging. But if, you know, maybe even the way you talk about it, I guess, could be. Even if somebody did ask, but still, I feel like it's more polite to wait until somebody asks. Then you can be like, oh yeah, well, you know, I did this thing and that was cool. And, you know, I don't know. I've learned a lot in the past few years regarding that. For a long time, I just kind of wanted to project who I was and myself, like kind of instantly to get that out of the way. But I feel like that's not what you should do. I don't know. That's my opinion. And that's what I've kind of found out about myself. But, like I said. Yeah, Game Crafter. They're based in Wisconsin, actually. but here I am. Oh, crickens. Oh, I love you, crickens. Trellises around the porch. Heck yeah. Oh man. Custom, like, house junk. All for that. How did I surprise myself? Alright. So, that time lapse, that's a good kind of representation of what I used to do when I worked and went to school, I guess, and this is the time lapse I'm talking about. I used to do a lot of video work, right? Back in school and in my job when I was, you know, at a game company and all that. A lot of video work. So it was really nice to kind of open that up again. I was really happy about that because I love doing that. I love editing. I love doing video effects and transitions and UI and the whole shebang. I love it. And I missed it. So this week, I remember last week I had told everybody either on my Patreon or Instagram, I forget where it was, that I was going to be putting up that video. And I got to the point where I had been so busy that week that I was like, oh man, I don't know if this is going to happen. I don't really have time to do this. Blah, 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 blah. Excuse, this, that, or the other thing. And I legit didn't have time. Like, I have to do a bunch of pet portraits in the next week. But I was like, you know, before I hunker down and do those hardcore, you know, maybe I should take one day to actually get this out. Because, I mean, I can sell the original, so in turn that could be future money. So I saw it as an investment. So I stayed up till 8 a.m. Thursday to Friday, and I haven't pulled an all-nighter in a few years. And for good reason. They completely destroy me. Like, typically we stay up till between 2 or 4 a.m., you know, somewhere in there. But for this, you know, I got a little bit more serious about it. And, you know, I don't know, it's just, I surprised myself again because I thought I wouldn't be able to really do that anymore. Granted, it was, oh God, it killed me. But, 'cause I can't do it like I used to, you know. But it was nice to know that if I have to, I can, you know. This is not red enough. I want more purple. It's too gray, too cold. A lot of my shadows are either a brighter blue or a purple in these pieces. So the main thing that made it end up being an all-nighter was, technically I had to finish that intro. I really wanted that intro finished. Oh no, see, I like being a video editor. That's what I'm saying. I love it. I'm trained in it. I went to school partially for it, you know? So I love doing it. It's just I never have time to. But thank you for the offer, Serenity. I do appreciate it. Apparently I'm ill-prepared again at this stream because I don't have my I usually have a little watercolor swatch that I've got that I'm using to test my colors before I put them on. I do not have that with me currently. So I'm kind of painting blindly, but I like that, I guess. There's a big chance for screw-ups, but that's always fun. For those of you who are my curious collectors, I'm hoping to get your Algers out early next week. I'm gonna try my best. And then my ATC folks, it might be a little bit into February, but not too bad. Oh, so Crane, I saw more of what you were talking about. More people were posting about Patreon and that change they made. Oh boy, so many people are mad. So for those that don't know, Patreon has changed, or is changing, I forget if it's now or whenever it is, their billing cycle, because people that the whole pay when you join model, because you can choose between that or just pay at the start of the month, whatever. But the people who do the pay when you join, they were mad because, like, let's say you joined, you know, the 28th of the month, you'd get charged again on the 1st of the next month, so they'd be really close together, and people were kind of upset about that. But I mean, that's, that's the model that the creator, the Patreon creator, chose, right? So, people would then every month be charged again on the 1st, right? Well, they're changing it so you don't get that. You'll be charged on your anniversary. So then, instead of being charged again on the 1st, you'd be charged on the 28th of the next month. And that may not sound like much, but to somebody who's actually creating like physical content, or a patron who has a lot of subscriptions, that's kind of huge, because you might, depending on how many subscriptions you have, you might be charged like however many you've got a month, that many times. And as a creator, especially one that makes physical content that I have to ship, I have to wait till people's payments go through to know if they paid or canceled or what, before I can ship anything. So instead of me just shipping one thing at the beginning of the month, I might end up having to do multiple shipments throughout the entire month based on whenever somebody joined. So that is huge. That is way huge. And it could be super terrible, and I can't see how they're gonna maintain that, like, at all. I don't see how that's gonna be sustainable. So that'll be really interesting, I think, to find out if they keep that or what. Because people on Twitter are already basically melting down. It's really crazy. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea, because the only reason I could see that they do that is that they get charged, or they get money per charge, right? So that means that instead of people being charged once, all at once, a month, this would make it so they're charged multiple times a month. And so in turn, Patreon ends up getting more money because they charge more. So the fees, they get some knockback from the fees. So if anything, this just looks like a hella selfish move for them. And I don't understand that. So a lot of people are doing that thing like, let's jump ship from Patreon again. I've got Squarespace, which offers like a subscription side of it. So I guess if they do keep it, and if it's pretty bad and I can't keep up with it, I might look at actually doing my subscriptions from my website instead, because that's just, it's ridiculous. I can't see how they can actually justify that. I know, Crane, right? Exactly. Everything would be a month off, Serenity, right? Which sucks for anybody who has kind of like month-specific things. So, like, let's say you did a whole Valentine's themed whatever. You wouldn't be capitalizing on Valentine's Day then. It wouldn't matter at that point. So that's kind of butt. I mean, that's mega butt. Let's be honest. I just don't know what they're gonna do regarding that. Maybe they just did it to see what kind of blowback they'd have. Anyway, and I'm just sad because I know if I had to leave Patreon, it'd be really hard to have people follow me. Especially if you're going to your own private website, there'd be a lot of, well, I don't know, can I trust it? It's, it's not a big corp thing. It's just me. And I mean, it's hard enough to get people on to, Patreon as it is. Nobody knows what it is. They don't understand it. So, I mean, to actually try to do my own thing off my website feels really difficult. At least in theory. But I don't know. Let's see, I'm gonna make this one of my favorite colors. It's basically whatever I want it to be, Serenity. So Squarespace is the site I have now, and they offer a subscription model that's, you know, basically whatever I want it to be, which is nice. Like, you can set it up completely yourself. So it's nice. It's just like the same reason you'd use Etsy over a personal website. It's more well known than my personal website, so somebody may not join on my website just because, you know, I don't have a recognizable name or a big, you know, user base or what have you. So that can be the problem there. Which, yeah, like I said, that kind of sucks to look at it that way. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong and people would be more willing than I'm thinking. I'm guessing they take less of a cut too, honestly. Oh, I love this color. It's like pink, but it's not. It's like red pink, like a wine or a mauve. But yeah, I don't want to move unless I have to, because usually when you do that and you move sites, you definitely don't retain everybody. I mean, it's hard enough to message people even on Patreon, because not everybody sees it. So to message that, you know, hey, I'm moving here to this other site, it's like, oh. Luckily, I think a lot of my patrons are super close-knit with me. Like, I talk to a lot of them, so maybe I shouldn't say a lot. Maybe a third of them. Yeah, and it's weird, Crane. From what I've even seen, I've tried to take note of even the more popular artists' Patreons, and it's a really low amount that seem to actually, you know, engage. Like, you'll be lucky if you'll get a like sometimes on a post. I don't know how many people even see it sometimes. Patreon doesn't really offer analytics either. That kind of sucks. Little stubby-footed baby up here. So this little guy is looking in this window, and he's all, yo, let me get some of them berries, because there's going to be berries up here. Little hungry guy. And don't ask me about the whole glass thing in a fantasy whatever. I don't know. It's fantasy, damn it. I don't have to explain myself one bit. They have a walnut chair, but somehow they also have glass. So that's what's up. That is what's up. This is not warm enough, so I'm going to warm this up. Thank you, Cavendish. He loves you too. Man, if I could just draw caterpillars all day, I would. I'm really excited because once I get the time to do my stories, the first one I've got on my lineup is a story about a mouse and a caterpillar. And it's pretty cute. It makes me giddy every time I think about working on it. I've got it completely thumbnailed out. The whole story's done. It's just I need time to draw it. Also, I'm sorry that we're not doing a tarot card tonight. Like I said, I kind of broke myself this week, so we're gonna just do this, have a fun little, I don't know, offshoot one. hopefully I'll have time to do it next week. I'd really like to do the Emperor and Empress cards. But they're gonna be deer. I got another question. Do you guys like the questions? I like asking people questions.
What?
Thank you, Crane. Thank you. Serenity, I saw yours earlier too. You did 33 months. God, you guys are nuts. Thank you so much. I really do have to get those emojis up. So at least you have something you're using, you know? I do not even hear this song, you guys. Questions are good. Yeah, I agree. I like them. What was the favorite thing, your favorite thing you did this week? Could be anything. But what made you very happy? I also like knowing what makes people happy. And when people were happy. Oh, it is still bugging. It's gonna be doing that, because that's not me. That's Streamlabs. Usually I hide it and re-show it, and then it fixes itself. So, thank you. It's funny because now the alert box is basically alerting me to turn it off and on again. Oh, that's fine, Crane. I was really happy you're doing the mentorship. You helped me and I helped you. I almost wonder if I should do that again, because that was pretty fun. I enjoyed doing the mentorship, because honestly it was just a lot of writing for me, and that I can usually manage. And a lot of critique. Maybe I should offer that again. I did have a mentorship level on my Patreon a long time ago. But that was basically before I was even getting my, like, I don't want to call it a fan base, but I guess following? I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. I think now would probably make more sense. Dennis is here. Watch out. Hey, Sketch. Only about an hour. It's okay. You haven't missed much. Howdy, howdy, howdy. The question, what was your favorite thing you did this week? I think before I had asked, what did you do to surprise yourself this week? But now, what was something that made you, like, super happy to do? Like, maybe something not work-related that just was joyful. Made you happy. I was doing the sleeps. Hey, good on you. Get the sleeps. That is good, Sketch. I'm happy for you for that. I know it was bugging you real bad. I'm sorry about that. I am happy it's easing up, though. Sweet new hat. Hell yeah. Good job, Dennis. Wellness. Did you cheat? Why is wellness in quotes? What are you doing? Are you cheating everybody else out? Sleep is good when you need it, Sketch. I'm proud of you. Good work. Crane, I'm glad you're enjoying your battle map thing. That sounds really fun. Eating brownies is wellness too. It's true. Ain't good to ya, or no, ain't good for ya, but it's good to ya. That's, Gabe taught me that. Unfortunately. Because now I like to quote it at times when I'm being bad. But whatever. It's true. Sometimes you need things that are good to you and not necessarily for you. There's a time and a place for everything, right? That's okay, Serenity. I'm trying to think myself. I don't even know. God, what happened? What's my favorite thing I did this week? I mean, other than getting the time-lapse done, that felt really good. Because that was something, like getting my YouTube up and going is like a goal I've had for probably over a year. And it's not exactly what I wanted it to be yet. Like, I want to be on the camera explaining things and, you know, as a person, you know, my person self. But I don't have time to do that right now, so I guess I'm doing what I can. So that's something, right? Something is better than nothing. This little goblin outside the window. What a cutie. Another question. What's the best handmade item you've ever bought? Like, it could be something like a tool. It could be like a aesthetic thing for your house. I think mine, somebody was making plushy caterpillars, and I bought a woolly bear. I'll show you next stream. It's very lovingly made, and I love it, and it's great. And it's a woolly bear, and those of you who know me, you know my hang-ups, especially with the woolies. I need them. I love them. They're so good. Damn, Dennis. Well, Crane, don't give too much credit to Dennis because he's got a Patreon already. It'd be like if I started a new Patreon, if I had a lot more followers than I do. And, you know, some people probably followed over from his other one. He's not starting, like, brand new like you are. So, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Oh, that's really cute, Sketch. Doesn't that feel nice to have your own characters on stuff? I love that crap so much, I'm telling you. That never fails to make me happy. Ceramic Dragon Bowl? Oh. Professional cake decorating? That's awesome. That's super cool. I bet it looks awesome, too. Ah, see? Yeah. There you go. Dennis had previous ones. Really? Oh, Dennis! You'd say me? Oh, come on. You're too nice. Don't make me blush off camera. You can't even see it. I'm glad, Dennis. That makes me happy. That makes me very, very happy. I'll hopefully have your ATCs in the next 2 weeks. I'm trying to do one a night, but right now it's not panning out because every day I get like 2 angry emails about the pet portraits, so a lot of my stresses go into, I guess, putting out fires. My ex-husband used to say I spent all day putting out fires, and he was a he was a programmer. So I kind of took over saying that because I totally get it now. I know what he means, and I get it, and it makes total sense. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Crane. Are you being sarcastic? And they're not usually angry. They're just a little bit like, hey, just checking in. But you know when people, you know, they want to know where it is, and it just adds stress to me like crazy. But I've gotten really good at not putting out the fire, but like just quelling the storm. How about we say that? Quelling the storm. But, you know, most people are really understanding about a lot of stuff. So that's nice. But, you know, with everything, I basically took up 2 extra jobs during this whole COVID thing, because Gabe and I are not in a happy financial situation. So anyway, you know, I gotta explain to them it's taking like 4 times as long for me to get through these because, you know, my time has gone down so much. So most people are super understanding, especially the ones that are kind of in similar circumstances to me. But, you know, you gotta kind of explain things delicately to people sometimes so they don't feel guilty or bad, but they're informed of where, you know, you're at with things. So that's been a very fine balance. But it's a good, I think it's a really good skill to learn. It's how to just be informative and not like, hey man, I'm doing the best I can do, okay? Like, don't do that. Don't do that. But yeah, learning how to actually deal with those kind of things is important. I gotta figure out what color to make the damn background. Do not want it to be white. Don't want it to be purple. I think it's gonna have to be that dark kind of ground color. It's a weird ground color. It's kind of grainy. Yeah, I think you'd like it, Crane. You should check out his podcast. They're impatient. Some people are angry. Yeah, I guess it's not anger now that you say that. Not full-blown anger. But yeah, you know. Yeah, Dennis is a whole thing, y'all. He's a whole thing. But it's, you know, either way, whenever you guys have had jobs, somebody comes at you, hey, how's that thing coming? It's like, it's not directly being, you know, angry or trying to speed you along, but it's still stress, you know? And you're like, I'm working at it, I'm going. So it's hard to kind of, you know, mitigate that, I guess. But some of them are a little bit more angry than others. But I've learned to, like, offer things, you know, hey, thanks for waiting, you get free prints, free book, what have you. You know, whatever I can offer. So there's not a heck of a lot I can do. But if you ever run into that problem, you know, offer people some stuff. Say, you know, especially if it's out of your control. If this is out of your control, then there's only so much you can do, right? And in our case, it's been COVID. And that's been completely out of our control, which has driven me nuts because I'm a control freak. So this whole thing has pissed me off like crazy. Because if you're a control freak, you understand. So I've been dealing with that. That's something. But yeah, it's been a thing. But I find it kind of comforting that everybody's kind of been in a similar situation. Or at least I feel like a lot of people are kind of where we are. So it's not like we're alone. So in a weird, kind of morbid sense, I feel comfort in that. if it's gonna stop anytime soon. Like, some people I know are talking about cons coming back, and I'm like, homies, I don't think that's gonna happen this year. I really don't. You know, I love and miss them too, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I just realized I'm kind of off screen. Sorry. Give me a minute. I'll be back on. Hi, Alex. How you doing? Yeah, same, Tad. Same. Satanic Panic. Yeah, similar. Oh no. Oh yeah, people with Kickstarters, absolutely. So the last 2 Kickstarters Gabe's done, you always have those people. They expect it like, I don't know, the past week, you know? After it's over, they're like, all right, is it at my house yet? It's like, bro, especially in COVID, getting books back from a printer takes a hot minute. So Gabe said he was gonna start shipping out his latest Kickstarter stuff, I think next week. But he had to finish he's got this last issue of his comic he's working on. So he's got to finish that, and then he can focus on shipping. But priority is where the money is, you know. Or money is where the priority is, so to speak, I guess. I'm doing good, Alex. Beginning of the stream I talked about the time lapse that I did, and how it felt good to do editing again. I can't wait till I'm doing videos and, like, you know, doing all these little magical effects and things. I can't wait for that. I'm so excited for that. However, Gabe and I are in a position that we're gonna have to move again soon, which is kind of hilarious. If anybody knows us and has been here the past 2 or 3 years, you know how much we moved. I did the math. I technically move, if like you average out how much I've moved and how many places I've moved to, I've technically moved once a year for the past decade. Like, that's effed up, right? Like, that doesn't, you shouldn't do that. I am so looking forward to just staying in one place for a long time. And I thought this place was going to be it. No, it turns out it's not. So, that sucks. And that's kind of COVID related. Like, the money situation and not being able to stay in a place and all that, whatever. So, if somebody's like, do you know anybody who's affected by COVID or whatever? Yeah, you can say me. That's cool. I can be a statistic now. But yeah, it sucks, but it's one of those things, man. It's what's gotta happen sometimes. Will do, Dennis, will do. Oh, that's nice, Cavendish. That's gotta be real nice. Hi, Emma. Welcome back. How are you doing? That's very rare, Sketch. I'm proud of you to be able to understand how long things take. And it is helpful you're an artist, you know. There are some people, though, that had Kickstarters that just didn't take off, or like they funded and then they just never finished it. One of my biggest ones that I was really sad, I won't say I was let down because I think a lot of it was out of his control, But it might have just been poor planning on his part too. I didn't know this person very well. But Adam Phillips, who did Brackenwood, he had a Brackenwood thing he was trying to get into a game, and he called it Dashkin. If you don't know what Brackenwood is, you should look it up. It's great. But I had been following him for years, and he finally had a Kickstarter for it, and I gave to it, and turns out he just wasn't able to do it. So he never even followed through with that, which sucks, and I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's just like, ugh. You know, there are a couple projects actually I've backed that never, now that I'm thinking about it, that never came through. Like I said, I think sometimes that's just, I don't know. That's why it's important when you're doing a Kickstarter to have it mostly done before you do the Kickstarter. A lot of people don't understand that most of the successful projects on there are already basically done. And Kickstarter says, you know, oh hey, you know, don't have your project too far along when you do this or whatever, but everybody does. Like most people even have it finished. You know, it's just getting paid for past things. It's the smartest way to do it, because then you for sure know, you know, it's gonna happen and all this stuff. So it, you know, that's the best way to kind of do it. So when you're giving to Kickstarters, sometimes it's smart to look for the ones that are already done. Like, I think if I were to do a Kickstarter for a first time, like Gabe's done over 10 easy, but I haven't done one that's solely mine. But I think if I did, I would start off simple and do like a pin one and probably get them first, like save up, get them made and done and whatever, and then just have the Kickstarter to almost, I guess, reimburse me, you know, but, or to see if people want more than the ones I bought, that sort of thing. It's just better planning, I feel like. Yep, Dennis, that's a really good book, whatever's telling you to do that. It's true. I would almost say it with everything. Oh, Emma, that's good. Coming to watch some Twitch. You're doing med today? Woke up my mom hysterical. Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry about your grandmom. I hope it was painless and that your family was able to get some time in with her beforehand. I'm so sorry. I guess at least she was with you, you know, and she wasn't somewhere else or something. I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up in chat. I know there's a lot of things I missed. Yeah, Tad, I'm with you. Apartments, oof. Gabe and I will never do apartments again. The house we're in right now is awesome. It's just, we're not able to kind of stay here. It's a whole thing. I won't go into it, but it's a whole thing. But it's nice to actually have a shipping room and, you know. Now we're actually looking to move into a rural area because, you know, typically rural areas, you get bigger houses for, you know, cheaper. Because nobody wants to live away from the city and stuff, and I'm totally fine with that. So is Gabe. Like, we don't need to be anywhere near a city, really. Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you for that, Crickens. Emma, what was your favorite memory with her? Oh, Crickens, I'm sorry about your grandpa, too. Wow, our 82nd birthday. Wow. It's true, Cavendish, and especially those of us who've worked from home for years. It's like, we extra don't need to go out. Like, I can prove I've been in my house straight for like 2 weeks because Gabe does all the running around. The most I've been away from my home lately, it's just like within a mile. I haven't gone a mile away from my home in like 2 weeks. Just to walk the dogs. That's barely even a mile. Is it pretty, Sketch? Oh, good. Yeah, same with us, Crane. I feel you. It is weird. I knew going into this year, like, oh yeah, nothing's gonna change, you know, we're gonna still be in lockdown for a while and whatever and all that, blah 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 blah. But it's more strange because it's like you can say these things, you know, and you can realize, oh yeah, we're not going anywhere for a while. But it's like to actually know it is totally different and kind of feels crappy, you know? It's like there's a little tiny part of you in the back of your mind that's like, yeah, but maybe. It's like, no. No. Those did not brighten like I thought they would. Let's get that out of there. I have this one color in my watercolor set that, actually I've got two, that does this thing. It oxidizes a specific way, which is super cool, but sometimes it does things I don't want it to do, and I keep thinking, maybe it won't do it this time, instead of actually just using a different color. I should really just use a different color. But I'm a dum-dum. So sometimes I forget. Vacation, we would catch frogs in cup. Oh, feed geese. Oh, that's sweet, Emma. Oh, size your palm. Wow. Oh, they barely fit. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a wild frog that big. I've only seen the ones that are maybe like the size of a quarter. Something like that. I love that you have one of those froggy kitchen stories. Cuties. Oh no, Emma. Stepping on them. No. Oh, them little babes. Them little portly babbies. this dry? I think that's finally dry. So I'm gonna do some more stuff up here. See, I did want some berries in here. I'm gonna make up this kind of, so it's based on a plant, but I'm gonna make it a fantasy plant. It's what I want it to be, damn it. Hi, Pylon. Oh wow, blisters on your hot. Oh wow. I hope you're okay, Sketch. You must have been really tired. How you doing, Pylon? Do you want to answer this question stream of the day, or whatever stream question of the day? There we go. There it is. So it was, how did you surprise yourself this week? I like to keep the stream as lighthearted as possible when I can, so. Brownies. Oh no! Cavendish, who talked about brownies? I didn't talk about brownies. Did you talk about brownies? I didn't talk about brownies. Hi, Ruby Jeebies. Crane, it's always you. You're always the guy. Oh my god, that is way too purple. Wow. Wow. That's good, Sketch. Good on you, homie. This piece might benefit from some gouache. I'll have to bust that out later. Oh, brownie dip? Like the icing? Oh, brownie, yeah. Oh, there you go, Pylon. Yeah. That's a good thing, right? You wanted to play Minecraft for a bit? Is it a nice way to unwind for you? Yeah, I know about the sleep schedule. So I stayed up all night on Thursday. I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, trying to finish my time lapse, which I'll post in here. If you guys could just like go give it a look. You don't even have to watch it fully if you don't want to. If you do, that'd be awesome. But I am trying to get my YouTube up and going this year, so the more views the better. If you want to like it or even comment, you can. That'd be great. But no pressure. It helps, you know. But anyway, I was up all night doing that the other day. So, yeah. I feel you on that front. I actually thought that night that I would not get to bed because I did go to sleep at 8 a.m. and I slept till probably about 5. And then, you know, later that night you're like, oh man, am I even gonna get to sleep? But luckily, I did. So I'm pretty happy about that. I feel like I conquered something somehow. Trying to figure out where I want this ground to be. Oh, that's good, Pylon. Ooh, Dennis, that sounds good. Oh, that's good, Sketch. Bravo. Happy for you. That is such a nice thing to get off your shoulders when that happens. Poor Gabe. He needs a tooth pulled too. He has like a dead tooth that keeps bothering him in his mouth. And it's like $6,000 because we don't have insurance. It's like $6,000 to get it removed, and we don't have that money. So he just has to live with it for a while. We have like this kind of insurance whatever thing. It's like insurance, but it's different. It's kind of like a credit card. It's like an insurance credit card. So you can pay it off and put things on it and all that stuff, but we're not in a position to even put any money on that right now, so we gotta wait a bit. See how COVID treats us this year, and if we have a decent time paying for our basic stuff, then we'll go there. But yeah, dental stuff, when you can't do it. I remember one time I needed a tooth pulled, and it's just, I didn't have any money. It sucked. I feel you. I feel you so hard on that. Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Pylon. You'll fix it. Definitely gonna have to fix this top part with some gouache. It's starting to muddy up. I don't want that. There's parts that I want to be dirt and parts I want to be purple bits. But one of my colors is just fighting me, so I'm trying to get that out of there. Bring back this brown. Yeah, and that's the nice thing too, Cavendish. You can put your pets on it. So we've got our dogs and us on basically the same thing, except Bruni, our bulldog, has her own actual insurance. Because it's a bulldog, and bulldogs, if you're smart, you get bulldog's insurance because they're such a problematic breed that they need lots and lots of help. So she's got her own insurance. My dog has insurance and I don't. It's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. Oh, that's cool, Pylon. I also like pocket watches. I think I've got one that's cool. I think Gabe actually gave it to me. He got it at a thrift store. They are damn cool. When your dog has better insurance than you do. It is a very sad statement about American healthcare. It's true. It's totally true. Oh, that's not good, Sketch. Get that fixed. Especially if it's not your door. I'm a firm believer of if the thing is your door, you can do anything you want to it. But if it's not your door, you can't. Still wondering what color I should make this. Probably a purple book. You want to stay in the scheme of what you've got going on here. I'm gonna do more purple down here. Purple brown. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I don't know if you guys saw on my Instagram, but I put up the new print of the year. Which, for those that don't know, every year I pick a new print that I put for free in orders that I get over a certain amount. As kind of like a, thank you. And this year is of a little gnome. Hold on. I'll show you. Let me do this real quick before my paint dries. So this guy. And then I always put, oh, thank you. Oh, Serenity, you beat me to it. And if you swipe to the next image there, I always try to put a quote on the back. So I thought that one was pretty pertinent to the days now. Days as of late. How things are. I like doing see-through curtains like this. Always makes me happy. This is kind of a mess. Clean this up. It's in the dark. One of my things is putting light where there isn't light. I have a really bad habit of that. I'm trying to fix it. Like there wouldn't be light back here. This would be pretty in shadow, actually, all of this. This too. There. I feel like just even doing that really helps the mood. Sometimes I just don't realize where things are. Oh my gosh, it's so silly. I hope to be streaming next week, but we'll see. We'll see how much I get done going forward this week. God, come on. This is that color I was talking to you about. Like, doesn't want to pick up. There we go. Bring it over. It's like got a graininess to it or some crap. Get out of here. Get out of there. Oh man. I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Let me put up a thing. Okay, hi. Sorry. Oh man. The top of this is so dirty, but I kind of feel like it would do this too. I don't know. You know, I think I can absolutely fix it. It's not necessarily even broken, so to speak, but it's not what I wanted, but it doesn't mean I can't fix it. It'll come out fine. It's at least still the right colors, it's just kind of a mess. Does anybody have any fun things coming up the next week? This is another good reason to have a gouache on hand too. I'm not using it yet, but when I finally start fixing it up, the gouache will be really nice. I gotta do this bottom piece. It's so dumb sometimes, I forget that. It's one of my cardinal sins. I always do. I always forget certain spots in a piece. It's so funny. Hi, Foxy. How you doing? Good. Yes, relax. Long week. Dennis, are you still here? Sure, Foxy. Is it cool? Yeah, there's one pan in my watercolors I gotta get rid of. It is screwing up a lot of my mixing. Well, that's cute. Did you do that? 1974, wow. That's beautiful. I know it's probably a stupid thing to say, but I really like its consistency. Like it's consistent, that color throughout the whole thing, and I really like that. Like it almost looks like a toy. It's so pristine. Oh, your uncle painted it. He is very skilled. Uh-oh, Sketch, why? Really, Foxy? Oh, that's your truck? Foxy, is that your truck? That's cool. Oh no, Sketch. He's giving you the side eye. Oh, that's cool. I like it, Foxy. Den Warden, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Wouldn't be such a hard line, I don't think. I think I'm gonna just start doing the line art of this soon. There gets to be a point with a painting where I get this itch where I just need to get the lines back. And it's total impatience. I think it's probably my biggest problem with painting, honestly. Because, you know, unless you're doing paint the entire way through, which if I had more time I totally would, sometimes I think I fell into being mixed media because I can't wait to just use, you know, the same thing throughout. So a lot of the time I end up just going straight to colored pencil then, because I can't do it anymore. I need to just get the lines back. So I'm gonna do that in a second. It is a caterpillar puppy. It's funny you say that because there was a time I was drawing fairies with caterpillars, and the caterpillars were like the dog equivalent to fairies, in my opinion. So I was having this one little series of fairies that were like eating lunch, and their caterpillar was bothering them, and you know, various other things like playing fetch with one, even though it wouldn't be that fast, that kind of thing. I might revisit that, especially now that I've revamped how my fairies look. I've got them to a point where I like that they're not a typical fairy, and that they're kind of more of a cute style that I enjoy now. But he's outside the window. I still have to make it look like glass, so that's gonna be a hot minute. But I want to just make sure I've got most of the shading in before I go in here, and God, this one spot is just driving me nuts. This whole area back here should be pretty dark. And get rid of cable? Oh wow. You still have cable? Cavendish, do it. Get rid of it. There's no reason to have it. Foxy, that's cool though. You do log work? Or what do you do? Only answer if you feel like it. You don't have to. But what do you do, like, with your log truck? You just transport logs? Like, what? This music is not even homey. Yeah, Cavendish, just do it. You guys won't even know. I mean, if you do still want live TV back, you can still get it, but you can get it through any of the streaming services, basically. So it's like it isn't even really gone. You can do it. I believe. You know, though, isn't a monitor just a TV nowadays? Because, I mean, you can watch your streaming services on a computer. So doesn't that make the monitor the TV? You're just saying you don't own a legit device that's meant for television, right? That's what you mean. Alright, I'm gonna draw a slash right through this. Ready? Super subtle. Working on it. Give me a minute. Thought it was gonna be darker than that. And then it'll come out more when I get the glass in there. TV license? Whoa. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Alright, let's see. While this is drying, I'm going to show you guys something. Something neat. Right? So, we'll come back to this in a minute. It has to dry. Then again, hold on. Let me do 2 more things. 2 more. That's too bright. Let me just do this. Are you serious? A TV license? What does that mean? What is that? That seems ridiculous. Is it as ridiculous as it sounds? It sounds ridiculous. I mean, we have Serenity, we have cable we pay for in some instances, but... Oh. Okay. Dry. Let's try it. Okay, so you guys ever randomly remember something when you were a kid, whether it be a book or whatever, that had a major impact on you, and you're kind of looking to find it again just because you remember it so vividly and it's been like over 20 years and it had an impact on you? I think I went back and I searched for it and I found this thing. If anybody remembers Scholastic book fairs in the US, this was during one of those times. And I found this book, and I wasn't able to buy it at the time because I was never able to get books from that. But this book blew my mind. So it's called Round Trip, right? And it totally opened my mind with how books can be perceived, or how you can make books, you know, when you make a book, you can do whatever you want with it. This was one of the first books that showed that to me and proved it to me. So I think nowadays that might be part of the reason that I just like making and binding my own books however I want. I feel like this book kind of gave me the courage to do that. So it's called Round Trip, but it's a book you read one way. You know, you don't read it. There's no, well, yeah, I think there are words actually. There are words. Okay. I forgot that there were. You read it through, and then you turn it upside down, and you read it the other way, and it's finishing the story, which is totally cool given the whole theme of the book itself. So it's from going from the country to the city, and then from the city to the country, and I'll show you what it's like. So at the bottom it says we started out as soon as it was light, right? And you've got this page. But then when you eventually come back to it, upside down, it says home again. So it's the same image, just, you know, at night. So you started off in daytime, and when you come home at the end of the story, it's nighttime. And I just thought this was the coolest damn thing. And then, like, here, on this side, our neighborhood was quiet, the house is dark, the sun shone on the pond. So there's houses and a pond, right? Then you flip it upside down, and it says, and soon our moonlit street, which is obviously part of the other way, like the street is moonlit now. So the lake turned into a moon in clouds, and then this was a street. Like, I thought that was neat. So that, you know, you read it all the way through and then you flip it. So I'm doing it kind of backwards. So this was crazy to me, because it's like, oh, this is a city, right? This is a city street. It says town was empty, the store still closed. And then once you go to the end and come back, you flip it over, and it says, we took the tunnel under the river. So it's a tunnel, and it's cool because the car is like reflecting on the street itself, and it's got words even, like, yeah, this is crazy to me. This blew my damn mind. I was like 8 years old. So this is pretty cool. I mean, some of them are more obvious, like the road wound through the mountains, trails led into the woods. So, you know, wooden trails, obviously you turn upside down, and it's gonna be a storm. Lightning flashed across the sky. So I don't know, you can get this book actually on Amazon for like $8. But, it's just so neat because it's so just unique. I've never seen anything like this. And at the end, watched as the sun set, time to turn around. And then you turn it around, and then the city turns into night. Like, this is such a good use of negative space and just mathematics, really. Like, how they do all the really mathematical lights on it. It's crazy good. Like, because these are the tops, right, of these buildings, and then you flip it, and your eyes have to, like, readjust for a minute, and then they're the tops of these buildings. It's like, how? So, does anybody have a book they know of that's similar to this? That's this kind of cool? I don't know. Oh, House of Leaves. A friend of mine told me that House of Leaves is really cool. I think it was called House of Leaves. Because it has that sort of fourth wall breaking thing to it. Anyway, alright, now this is dry. So we can come back and do this. Oh no, where's my drawing glove? There we go. Oh no, Crane. Maybe, do you have any childhood friends that might know? Alexander Davenport. Hi. Jesus. Not my day for talking, apparently. So this isn't fully done in terms of the watercolor portion, but I'm still going to start putting in the lines because I'm impatient and I want lines in here. Let's see if I can get... There we go. Oh, Crane, I feel you. Oh, cool, Emma. What was it like? Good fairies and bad fairies. I hear ya. Right? That's been my life goal. I know that much. That's why I do so much art and stuff around caterpillars and all that. I love pill bugs. Oh my gosh. There's so many cute little bugs I just love. You know, I found out I'm actually more scared of scorpions than I am of spiders. I'm gonna put his little catter paws up on the window. I'm a little bit scared of this pen right now because it totally spilled everywhere last week. So I'm a little hesitant that it's gonna just go blah and throw up all over the paper, but we'll see. Also, for anybody coming in right now, I'm gonna put a link here to a time lapse I released this week. So if anybody's interested in seeing one of these done really quickly instead of real time, there you go. Please just give it a look and give it a view for your old pal Cloverkin. You don't have to do a comment if you don't want, but if you could just throw it in your browser for a quick see, it'll help me out. I'm trying to get my YouTube up and going this year. Doing Twitch is one thing, but doing YouTube is a whole nother animal. It's like starting ground zero. Now these aren't all berries, there's just a couple that actually are berries. Oh, that's true sketch. Good idea. Right, Cavendish? Isn't that nice? The main reason I started using the toned paper originally was for that reason. It was like, it saved you time where you didn't even have to put in a mid-tone like you do on white paper. So it saves you a lot of time. Like there are other colored papers too, like for a while Gabe was using this yellow paper that was kind of cool. There's gray paper you can use. I just prefer the warm tan with my style, but there's so many others, and it's cool because, like I said, it already fills in, you know, a color for you, so you don't even have to worry about making a mid-tone. So your pieces tend to go faster, and if you're a little bit of an impatient person like me, that can be a real selling point. I'm glad you had fun on it, though. I can totally tell. I can totally tell you had fun. It looked great. You want to throw it in the chat, Cavendish, go for it. My birthday was pretty nice. For my birthday, every year we kind of just get the food we've been itching to eat that's not exactly good for you, but it's good to you. And so we do that, and then I still worked on my birthday, but I at least did things that were more fun, and it was nice. I just tried really hard to not stress about anything. That was my main, I guess, priority. Not yet, Serenity. Though we haven't been to the post office since Tuesday. So I'm gonna go back out, I think Monday or Tuesday for post office day. We only go like once a week right now. So I'm guessing it should be there by now. Oh my god, are you serious? Get out of here. Goddamn lead. Well, that's why I sharpen about 4 pencils before I start streaming. So I don't have to do them on stream. For anybody that eventually wants to stream, it is smart to bring down basically all of your supplies you'll be using during your stream. Have them handy. Even the ones you won't. Because honestly, a lot of the time I find that I'm looking for something that I didn't anticipate needing during the stream. So, give that a shot. You'll usually need something you don't even think you do. It's silly. mail has been super slow too. Still, for some reason. One of my patrons that I had sent their guardian out to didn't get theirs till today. And I sent them like, I don't know, December 30th? Something like that. And they didn't get it until today. I sent an envelope around Christmas that had a holiday card in it for someone. They didn't get it till today. Like, I don't know what it is with the mail lately, but a lot of Christmas stuff still isn't getting there until now. So that's kind of nutty. He's kind of white. Crickens, what? Are you serious? Since October? That's bad. The ones from October should have at least gotten to you. That's not right. Those might legit be lost. Well, if you want to see what they were... Oh, you have the one from October. Weird. If you want to see them, message me on Instagram and I can send you a scan. I do scans of all of them, so just in case one doesn't show up, I can still get it to you. But that is messed up since November. That's not right. Because I get them out at least, like, latest the week of the next month. That's the latest I've ever sent them. For the previous month, I mean. You should have those. That's not right. Yeah, if that happens again, let me know right away. Especially if it was before the holiday rush even hit. I hate to say it, but November's might be lost. God damn it. I've never lost anything in the freaking mail. I mean, maybe. If you want to hold off until like mid-February to see it, maybe it will show up. Did you move it all? So if you moved, maybe it's having extra hard time like going through the forwarding system. No? Okay. Then yeah, it's probably just either lost or still on its slowpoke way. Either way, I can show you what it was. Sorry about that. But yeah, the mail's been horrible. And I feel really bad for USPS because it's not their fault. It's just with how much people were sending things during the holidays because of COVID. Got crazy. See what I mean by getting the lines in there? God, helps so much. It's so dumb how much that helps. Hold on a sec. Okay. Aw, thank you. I try to be good at customer service. I really do. Oh, really? I'm glad. If I have your sign off on this, then I know I've done right. That means a lot. Yeah, I really like these colors. It's one of my favorite colors. Just like a warm, kind of desaturated red almost. Like a mauve. Wine, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Sucks because I think I could get pretty good at watercolor if I was doing it exclusively. And I would love to try someday, but I gotta clear out my plate before I do that. I know, right? Serenity, why do we always beat ourselves up about that? Because I am always telling myself, oh, I wish, I can do this without lines. It's just, I feel like we could, but I feel like it'd take 3 times as long, and it's like, aren't we just doing lines with the brush that we'd be doing with the pencil anyway? I don't know. Is that wrong? Like, sometimes I feel less of a watercolor artist because I do that, but I'm like, you know what? I'm still mixed media and I still really like lines. Hold on a sec. Cavendish. Yeah, there are those. They exist, and I do know a bunch of them, but I'm not trying to impress anybody. It's more just, it's something I wish I could do. I don't know, there's something about being able to do like this kind of look purely with, the medium you're trying to do. Because it almost feels like a crutch using the pencil. Like, I don't know. But really, it might just be the right tool for the right job, or the job. I don't know. It's hard to look at it a certain way after I've been looking at it a different way for so long. You know what I mean? Also, if any of my people that get ATCs every month want one of these 5x7 paintings that I'm doing, or honestly any of my stuff, I've got 2 people actually on my ATC level right now that are foregoing me doing ATCs for them for like a month or 2 so that they can save up to do a bigger one for a little bit. Because maybe after a while you're like, yeah, I don't want to do an ATC right now, or I don't want another ATC, so I'll tell Cloverkin, hey, can I trade in, 2 months of my ATC payments to do, 4x6 or 5x7 or whatever? Or I'll just be like, yeah, you can do that. You can totally do that. So, like, you can even cash them in to get something I've done or am doing. So if somebody here was like, oh, hey, I'm a devoted Dandikin, I like what you're doing right now. Can I get that instead of 2 or 3 months of my ATCs? Whatever you want to call it. I'll be like, yeah, we can do that. So I don't like to make that exempt from my patrons who are already giving me so much. Oh, sure, crickets. Yeah, you can do that. Honestly, I'm so flexible about it, it's just kind of whatever. So I mean, if you're on a tier that's not... I think the only one I'd be kind of reluctant about is the Curious Collector tier, since that is a physical tier. But, I mean, if you just wanted... If you're on any other tier and you just wanted to cash in for something, I just see it all as store credit, really. So, I mean, you can do that. I've already got the Vigilant Voucher tier, which is meant for saving up for commissions, if you wanted to get a pet and armor over time or what have you. But you can do whatever you want, really. Oh, Cavendish, that's a good way to put that. Emotional impact, better than the tools. I like that you think of it like that. That's a nice way. I mean, that's art, right? I guess it's my way of pushing myself, is the only way I can think of it, really. If I could just do it all in watercolor, it'd be nice, but I really like your way of looking at it. The caterpillar is outside. So I gotta think of a better way, I guess, to show this. But yeah, the caterpillar's outside this window, and this place is underground. So it'll be more apparent at the top here. I'll get some vines, and that's why it's all dirty, because this is dirt. So these little flowers, whoever lives here has taken these berries and flowers and stuff and just decorated the top and kind of stuck them up into the dirt and the roots. So they live in technically the trunk of a tree. But yeah, it is kind of hard to, I guess, message that right now, but it'll get there. I promise. And this other one, totally different feel, I think, to it, but this was the one I did last week. And then I like these little plorps. I call them plorps, little plorpy burbs. And then this one, I still have to finish doing a lot of the line work on this one, but it's kind of there for the most part. But those are going to be up on my site at some point too. Oh yeah, these are my cozy corners. I'm calling them cozy corners, but... I'm sure you have, Serenity. I wouldn't put it past you. I'm sure you have. it's just hard sometimes to reflect on what you have learned, you know? But I'd be willing to bet you absolutely have figured stuff out. I think a lot of the stuff you've learned you might implement without knowing it, you know, while you're doing it. I wouldn't put it past you. It's just little things you're like, oh, don't do that again, or yeah, that's good, I'll do that next time. Not everything is always like a blurt out, oh my god, this thing, blah. No, a lot of the time I feel like there's subtle things that your brain notes, but maybe you don't know your brain notes it, that sort of thing. You shouldn't think of it as cheating, it's just applied knowledge, right? I mean, anything you learn traditionally that you can apply to digital, that's just smart. You're working smarter, not harder, right? Unfortunately, digital doesn't have kind of the backwards compatibility like traditional does, but, you know, everything does have its perks still. I call caterpillar feet nubbins. These are his nubbins. Got little nubbins going on. Thank you, NP Illustration. Welcome. It's like draw the lines and then lightly erase them so they're not too liney. Yep, Cavendish, that's a big downside to doing too much digital. And I usually tell people, I'm like, do way more traditional than digital when you're, you know, either learning or figuring things out. If you haven't done a lot of art, definitely do more traditional than digital. Because you'll find that traditional carries over pretty well. Like, you learn how to render something, you learn how to shade, light, all that stuff with materials. It's so much easier to do it with digital, but you know, digital teaches a lot of things that are not compatible with traditional mediums. So you're doing yourself technically a bigger favor by starting off traditionally in the long run, you know. It teaches you to work with mistakes too. So like the fact that I'm more traditionally, I guess, inclined, whenever I go into digital stuff, I barely use the undo when I'm actually like painting something. I'm just going, right? And you basically learn that from doing traditional so much. You learn to work with mistakes, make them part of the art, or, you know, it's kind of about working with the mistakes, either learning not to do them again or learning how to integrate them, or seeing a mistake as a happy accident, right? Like Bob Ross said, I guess. You know, and that'll help you. because then you won't, I feel like a lot of the people I know that started off with digital, they have bouts when they're working in it where they don't know what to do next. And I feel like that's almost a digital specific frustration, because they haven't felt, the paper, all this sort of thing that I feel like plays into it. So I don't know, if you're ever disenchanted with your digital stuff, go back to traditional for a bit, and vice versa. Because in this day and age, like, having a mix of both is very important. You're gonna need it. I mean, if you ever plan on making product, selling your work, anything like that, you'll need a digital base to be able to do it. Okay, so now I'm kind of figuring out where I want all this ceiling matter, I'm gonna call it. Which the nice thing about working with organics here is this will kind of make some decisions for me. So my paint's still up in here, and the parts that are really smooth, those could be little roots, right? So I can get a root in there too. And then the parts that are bumpy, I can use that to be shading on the dirt itself. So that'll help me to make decisions here as I'm going, where the roots are and where the dirt is. And once I figure out these shapes and where this stuff is, then I can go back with some gouache and put actual lighting that's correct in this area. So it's a lot of going back and forth from paint to pencil to paint, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, Serenity, and that's why I like gouache. Gouache makes up for a very nice partner to watercolor. Yeah, and gradients. It's really funny because I feel like my digital style is not even close to my traditional style. Like, if you guys look at my Instagram, you look at the guardians that are up, like the bell bark. I mean, I majority work in colored lines and gradients when I do digital. It's kind of rare nowadays I do a digital painting because really I feel like a lot of digital paintings look the same, and I know that's probably a very unpopular opinion, but I really do. So I think you can get more variance with traditional. So every time I think about doing a digital painting, I'm like, nah, I'd rather just do it traditionally. I like the thrill that comes with traditional and the whole idea that I could screw up. I like that. I think that's exciting. And I think that's where skill truly comes in, because, working with a mistake, there's absolute skill to that. And even working and not making a mistake. Like, once you get to that point, that's pretty cool, Like, there's a lot of neat things about traditional that I feel like there's more life to it, and just that it gives you more life, And I don't think less of digital artists or anything like that, but I do strongly hope that they're getting some traditional in there, So I think having that balance, just like anything, is super important. Oh, that's weird, Serenity. Well, if you let others do it, then you should let yourself do it. Don't feel like a fraud. Like Cavendish said, I mean, doing what you do and using what you use, that's just the end result's what matters, right? And I think I really have to apply what he said there, because I feel like that's a good point. The end justifies the means, I guess. Yeah? I guess that's basically the motto. Oh no, Kirkins, really? That's so weird. Do you like them now, or were you just, like, I don't know, sometimes I feel like art teachers do that kind of crap just to mess with us so that we emote more and we put it into our work. It's like maybe their actual point is to make us feel, and so that we put it into our work. Wouldn't that be funny? If that was the art teacher's true purpose, was to just have us emote. I don't know, I thought that was funny to think about. You know, when I was doing the line work for this, I'll show you guys the line work real quick. I forgot didn't have that shown. I hated the walnut. When I first did the walnut, I hated it. But now, I actually have grown to kind of like it. It's weird how some things look worse in some mediums and then look better later. Here's the original. Oh, hold on. I have to change the brightness. So, like you can see, I really did like the crispness of it, but the walnut, I just hated the walnut. But now I'm starting to like the walnut. I think it was just that it was too detailed, too, just, I don't know. Something about it didn't look walnutty. But now I'm enjoying the effect I'm getting, I guess, out of this now. I don't know why that went so yellow so quick, but this has at least got the warmth I wanted it to. I think it's good going into a piece, you know, with an idea of, if I don't get anything else across, what's the one thing you want to come out of the piece? You know? I think that's important. So for this, for me, it was getting this idea of the warmth. I think that's there. Hi, Aisling. Oh, crickets. I could see that. Serene, I feel like everybody is kind of like that with their art at first. I feel like once you learn to kind of live with the choices you make in your pieces, that you can just kind of deal with yourself at that point. And you're like, all right, I get why I make these choices with my art. And like eventually that irritation with yourself goes away. But I do think it takes a while, and it takes making more mistakes before making less, you know? Yeah, impatience is a big problem with me in watercolors. It's actually the reason I started using markers, because you get a similar effect with marker as watercolor in terms of, visuals, but markers don't have to dry as long as watercolors. So when I started them, it was great, and it's still great. I still love my markers. I use them primarily for all my commissions, as you guys well know, but I think it's important to work on your problem areas. And one of mine, in many ways, was impatience, and I think I'm getting better at it, especially with working watercolor into that mindset. And now it's weird because it kind of fits how I work. So I skip around a lot in paintings, like and honestly just pieces. I do it with my marker too, and I realized I did it. You paint a certain part of it, and then you move, like earlier I was going up here, down here, up there, over everywhere there wouldn't be any bleeding, right? I mean, look here, I haven't even come back to doing the floor. I don't know why. Maybe it's ADD. I don't know what you'd call this. But yeah, I skip around during paintings and pieces, regardless of the medium I'm using. And I feel like that has ultimately helped me with watercolor, because then I'm not waiting for it to dry to do the next thing. I just go do the next thing, So if that's you, maybe try markers for a bit. And, once you've started getting the hang of those, so I feel like watercolor is really more difficult than marker by a ton. Just for having to mix your own colors, or at least using them mixed and all that. It's hard. It's not easy by any means. And that alone makes them more difficult than marker. But, I still think it's important to try everything. Try them. Oh, that's sweet, Serenity. Oh, Cavendish. Oh. You should do it. I mean, maybe if you don't feel comfortable doing it now, and doing it justice and all that, maybe that's your ultimate goal, to be able to do a piece that you feel is, justified, or justifies that reasoning. Like getting to a point with your watercoloring where you feel like, yeah, I can finally do that, that image for the poem, that sort of thing. Because then you have like a kind of a watercolor goal, And with mediums, I think that's smart, and that's a good use of maybe having an artist that you're trying to kind of emulate in a way. Not copy, but emulate. Like in a sense of, I want to have this sort of color feel to my pictures, or, I want it to look this effortless or something. Granted, that's going to take a while, but having those little art goals and being cognizant of them as you're going into doing your pieces, I think is important. It's painting with intention instead of just painting to paint. And sometimes painting to paint's fine, obviously. I mean, art is as much therapy as it is anything else, right? So, you can always think about it like that, but definitely going into it with intention will help you level up, because you'll be able to have a post-mortem with the piece afterwards and be like, okay, well, where did this go good? Where did it go bad? How was I staying with my goal? And that intention and whatever. I think that's a good way to go about it, at least. Helps keep you on track too. Because then if you start going astray, you can always come back to that mentally. Be like, oh yeah, well, I'm trying to do this. Oh, Cavendish. Hi, Megan! Right? Is Cozy Corner number 2. A little sad I probably won't have a time lapse for this one like the first one. But I have had this corner before in my old studio. I've got my papas on, and I had this little thing up, and I had these flowers around it and stuff. It was really nice, and then I had to move. But I plan on putting it up again someday. After we move again. Boo boo boo. But this little guy wants to get at these, and he cannot. He is outside. Oh, Cavendish. I totally pictured, like, Ghibli tears. Like the big, sloppy Ghibli tears they always show. Like in Spirited Away, that part when Chihiro's just crying in the field. And those tears are just huge. Big old gobs. Oh my gosh, you guys. I watched a movie recently. I guess this needs a little bit of setup. Has anybody seen Beasts of the Southern Wild? I love this movie. It is a wonderful movie. The director, it's kind of old at this point. It's got Quvenzhané, I think I said that right, Quvenzhané Wallis. And she's amazing in it. She's this cute little girl. She runs around with like rain boots and pool wings. She's so cute. Anyway, this movie is like a little touch of fantasy in an urban setting, but the way the director does his movies, his urban settings look fantastical. Like something about them, they are their own like culture, they're their own like fantasy style. And he did recently he took on Peter Pan, and he did his own sort of mythos for Peter Pan, and I fucking loved it, you guys. Like I cried my ass off at the end too. Oh my god, it was so good. It was called Wendy, and it's so good. I highly suggest both movies. They're atmospheric. They capture the essence of being a kid really well. He's probably the only director I know of that can kind of portray the chaotic joy of a kid. Super good. So good. And it's just so sweet too. And I'm not usually a fan of like urban settings, I guess, where it's like cities that have trash and all these things and really modern stuff, but he portrays all the modern stuff in such a way where it feels like a fantasy movie. It's really weird. I don't even know how to properly explain it. You just need to watch it. But it is so damn good. Like both those movies, so good. And they do have like a touch in them that's 100% fantasy that comes out, and it takes you like out of your brain for a minute. It's really cool. Highly suggest those though. If you do watch it, I'd love to know what you think. They are just so wonderful. Quvenzhané, I think. Quvenzhané. Pretty sure. already tell what parts of this I want to go back over with watercolor. Because then this is the point where I'm doing lines and I'm like, yeah, there's not enough, shadow here that's smooth. And then I know, well, I gotta put in, more paint. Or there's another part that just doesn't have as much saturation as the rest of the piece, like right here. This needs more paint. This probably does. Over here does. Things like that. Oh, these ones? Yeah, stuff like that. Oh, definitely over here. Like at this point, yeah, I really need more over here. So you can kind of see how you have to go back and forth with some pieces. Some will just keep talking to you. They won't tell you everything right away. And, that's where part of this, the time, I feel like, when you're putting in time on a piece, where it goes. I feel like no matter how much you know sometimes about either the medium you're using or what have you, you're always going to learn, something. The piece is always going to teach you something new. So, and each piece is different for that reason. You'll be doing it and then maybe you'll try something that worked on the last piece and you're like, well, maybe it'll work on this piece. Yeah, maybe it doesn't, So each one is different. I think going into art like that, with that kind of mindset, like, well, it worked this one time, maybe it'll work this time. And if it doesn't, just being kind of like, okay, well, this was a different situation. So acknowledging that and then kind of, using art sometimes as a means to understand life a bit, like that whole philosophy. I feel like that can help, So in life, if you're like trying something that you've done before and you're like, well, this should work, but then knowing that if it doesn't, it's okay. You just kind of need to revisit it. Do what you did for the other thing, do trial and error, figure that out. Because every time it's going to be different, Sometimes we'll get lucky and the thing we've done before will work again. Other times not as much. And it's all situational. Just like painting, just like life. Probably right here, Serenity. This is, like, if I could do a whole part of it that just looks like this, I think I would. Like a whole painting of just things behind veils and all that kind of stuff. I think I'd like that. But that also reminded me down here I should probably have some see-through stuff. And I should probably do a little bit in certain other areas. So as things kind of get covered up like this, you taper it off. The more fabric that's in front of it, the less you'll see the thing behind it, right? So if this is a giant, gob of fabric, you're not going to see what's behind it as much. So when you're putting things in here to kind of see how they recede in space, you got to remember that. And then kind of dial accordingly. But that's why it's fun to me. I don't know. And it's almost like magic. Like seeing things behind other things. Like, I'm a big fan of those marble statues that they look like they have a veil on them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Those sculptors are beyond ethereal. Just goddamn. I mean, wow. They knew what they were doing. Serenity, I never answered your question on Patreon. You had asked which part of this piece I was the most happy with, too. In this piece, I think I was the most happy with the atmosphere. I feel like behind this, I wanted that kind of desaturated, foggy, sunlit look behind it, and I think I got that. That was part of the intent I wanted to get to with it. But I'm pretty sure I liked that. Yeah, I think I got what I wanted to out of that. Just this kind of contrast between here and there and the softness back here. Yeah, I liked it. What kind of masking fluid? I will show you the masking fluid. I think the brand was called Molotov, or it looked like Molotov. I'll get you guys a link just in case. It's a pen. It's a pump pen. Here it is. Molotov. Moloto. Crickens, what kind of themes? I don't know. For this one, I just was thinking of things I like. I'm going to share this time lapse again. For anybody who didn't see the time lapse before, but the other one. I don't know, the whole theme is cozy corners, so I guess the next one for sure is going to be nighttime. This one was originally supposed to be, but then I thought of this little critter outside looking in, and I was like, well, I gotta do that. I mean, obviously. Obviously, right? But yeah, the next one I'd like to be nighttime. I want a candle. But for the most part, I don't know. I don't really have, you know. Yeah, this is a comfy Papasan walnut. 100%. That's what this is. They're just cozy corners, really. They're little corners, like my perspective grid goes like this. They go back, back, and up. So it's literally a corner. He'd be creepy if it weren't at night. It's true. He just wants this berry so much. But yeah, it's any kind of corner I guess I can think of that looks kind of cozy. Maybe the next one will be like candlelit food, maybe? I don't know. It is kind of funny not really having a total goal for them. Like, all I have as a prompt is just a cozy corner. So I don't really know. Do you guys have any ideas of what a cozy corner is to you? Always open for that. Where the hell is my music? Yeah. Ooh, maybe a charcuterie. Yo. Oh man. I want a charcuterie. Oh my god. That'd be a cozy corner, right? If you just saw a candlelit charcuterie? Yeah? Come on. I don't know if I've ever had a proper one in my entire life. Especially now that I've gone vegetarian. You cannot find a good vegetarian charcuterie. I'm sorry. They don't exist, really. But, anyway. All the pictures I've ever seen of a charcuterie board are like, I want to die and live in one. Right? I mean, ooh. Like, I'm sweating thinking of what it is. They sound so good. Ooh. Anyway. I love food. I just do. I love food. It's bad, but I love it. Food is amazing, beautiful, and wonderful. Oh, that's really cute. Short hallway. So, oh man, yes! Okay, so that's a good one, Crickens. Switch up. So, this is gonna be janky as hell, but I do not have a sketchbook with me right now. This is as close as I got. Charcuterie board. Oh my god, I love you. Charcuterie is one of those terrible, terrible words that I feel like everybody stumbles on. If you can say charcuterie good the first time, you probably say it more than the average person. That's all I gotta say about that. Okay, so Crickens. Are we talking like this is not my actual perspective for this, but this is what we're getting right now. So you're saying, I guess it doesn't need to be a corner per se. Actually, maybe that would be nice though. So, alright, before I do that, you were just saying it was like the end of a hallway with like a little... So you're saying going to the end of this and you just sit here and read sort of thing against the... I'm guessing the window is like this and you're sitting here with a book. Yeah? This sort of thing? Yeah? Something like that? Maybe the... guessing the walls... Oh man, I gotta do an arched window though. So something like that. I wonder if I could turn that into being a corner. I can't see anything. So like, taking your idea there, yeah, I'll just use my actual perspective one. Oh, hi, little glare of light. Jesus. So, like, so this is loosely my perspective that I've been using for it. So I wonder... I really like rounded things though lately. Like, I don't know what it is. But if I got a rounded thing, and then like, maybe it's this thing, and maybe it's like two meeting arched windows, that sort of thing. Oof. 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 These are sometimes how rough my sketches like start off, and then they get better. So that you'd be there, and then you could see maybe there's a tree outside. Oh, that'd be a really neat little nook. You get some pillows, homie. Damn. I have always wanted a window nook. Always. I hope our next place has one. Oh, and then there'd be... maybe there's books or something, or like drawers. Some, maybe tea. Maybe it's a teacup. I don't know. So that's a cool idea, though, Crickens. I might appropriate that to be a little bit more fantastical. Be a cozy corner. I love that, though. Yeah, lanterns. Ooh. Suspending lanterns. I love it. God, I know this is fuck ugly right now, but I'm gonna, believe me, I'll change that towards the end. It's god awful. Let's see if I can... Hey Greg, what's up? How you doing? I think this needs to be a little bit more. Yo, I'm no doctor, but a friend of mine told a bunch of us that if we're super stressed out and we want to like not be as stressed, to start taking like I think they're magnesium supplements, because apparently when you get stressed out your body like depletes its magnesium or something. And so for fun I tried doing that. Like I was trying to take some like over the counter magnesium stuff. I am a lot more chill, and I'm pretty critical when it comes to this sort of thing. Like, you know, I usually think something isn't working. But she had gotten, her therapist apparently had told her to try taking magnesium to kind of, you know, replenish it. And yeah, it's pretty good, at least for me so far. You guys know me, I'm always kind of bent out of shape because of my situation. Ooh, Cavendish. I like the idea of the hot tub for Critter. I think my main thing with these two is to not add a tenant. These are just like, they're not home right now. So I wouldn't put the Critter probably in the hot tub, but I definitely like that idea of a hot tub. I'm gonna write that. Write that down, because that's a going too. You guys think of great ideas. You should all be very, very proud. You're such smart folks. Hot tub. Or maybe it's in a cup. Maybe it's a cup of tea hot tub. I've drawn something like that before. I drew a rat in a cup, like a cup of tea before. But you know, just because you do one idea once doesn't mean you can't do it, you know, before. Like, I don't know how many times I've drawn a snail with a house on its back. I know a ton of artists who have done that too, so it's not like it's, you know, you can do that a million times. Oh, there you go, Serenity. I didn't even know it did. What does it do for muscles? Does it relax muscles too? Yeah, I didn't even know about like the benefits of magnesium at all. I feel kind of dumb about it, really. Speaking of a teacup. Oh my god, Crickens, I feel like I should know what you mean by the teacup comment. Did I do something with a teacup? I forget. Did I do it for you? I feel dumb. Oh, as a hot tub? Yeah. Yeah. Cavendish, that hot tub idea, way good. Way good. Yeah, places like that. Why is that so difficult to kind of figure out a cozy corner now that I'm actually thinking about them, you know? Why is that so difficult? Sometimes it is really exciting though, working with watercolor, because you can do what I'm doing now and go back over stuff, and it's almost like you're adding sunlight to things, because it's kind of pre-established already, but man, it's so much fun to do that. Like you're adding warmth to it, you're adding sunlight. It's true, Cavendish. Isn't that fun? Like, that's probably the biggest, most fun thing about working with animals in your work. Because it, you know, and just in general, I guess, adding, like, things to a space to allude to who it is totally part of building a world, you know? And I think building a world through an illustration where you're not showing the character is a really good exercise, actually. Like, I highly suggest, if you guys have never done that before, try it. It's very rewarding, I think. I like to think it is. Also, I might go a little bit crazy just now. I'm going to change some things on this. We're gonna go blue. Because this is not working out for me where it is. So we're gonna take this and we're gonna bring it over. It's not popping enough. It's because I've got too much warm. Sometimes when you have too much warm, you have to throw in that cold to make it pop. And you have to get to a point where you're literally like, fuck it. If this ruins it, okay, but it could also make it like 10 times better. And I feel like that's a really exciting part of a painting, but you gotta get there. And sometimes it takes a while of you going over the same spot 40 bajillion times until you're like, yeah, no, I'm doing this now, because F it. We're at that point. So congrats everybody for making it this far with me. We've made it to the F it point. There. And then carry that throughout. And then that's gonna look better because it's more cohesive. There you go. Damn that glare though. Yeah, so that's gonna, oh yeah, that looks a lot better. I might even go a little bit darker because back here is getting a little lost. But I don't know, maybe I can pick this up actually. Let's try to pick it up. Really, Serenity? You did so well though. It's just, it takes a while to build up, even during a painting, to do a certain spot in a painting sometimes. You have to literally build up the courage through doing the piece itself. You know? And I am a big proponent of just the close your eyes and do it thing. So, if you get to that point. Really? Oh, Serenity. Both you and Cavendish made me birthday pieces. Thank you for that. Really, you two and Gabe. Thank you for that. That really meant a lot to me, by the way. If I didn't explain it well enough before, thank you. I'm gonna warm this up too. This is not. There we go. It's a very subtle yellow, but it really helps kind of make the piece cohesive. Sucks because this idea for a webcomic I've been kind of gearing up to do someday. Gabe's been doing technically fan art for it, and I'm mad because I can't post what he's done because he's the only one that's heard all my ideas and stuff. But like for our anniversary and for my birthday, he made me pieces that have to do with it, and I can't even post them. Being an artist is so weird, you guys. Like, so weird. Especially dating an artist is extra weird, you know? Because you've got that weird side of things where it's like, I can't post this. Like, I literally cannot post this. It is so sweet, and, you know, it was funny the last time when he gave me one of them for my birthday, I was like, I think at this point, you may have already done more preliminary work on my own comic than I have. And we had a good laugh at that, but it was kind of true and super sad. I really gotta get to the point where I don't have crazy amounts of things to do. I really hope you guys are around when I start actually living my dreams, because then we can kind of share in that together, because you've been with me for that long. I really hope I'm not too far away. I've been working at it for a while. Drives me a little crazy. Exactly, Cavendish. It's so funny. Ugh. You can imagine my frustration with that, I'm sure. Like, you guys understand. Oh, Serenity, you are a sweetheart. And yeah, you've been around the longest. You have been here through all of my troubles. You were here when the pet portraits started, and I'm sure you'll be here when they're finished. Which, I think that day might come this year. I won't like full stop doing them, but I think if Gabe and I can kind of make it work not going to conventions as much as we were, I think we might slow down on that and just go the ones we found out that we enjoy or we actually do well, you know. I know people who wish they had time with their non-art jobs to the long-term side project. Yeah, it's funny because my biggest frustration was learning that when I went from doing my career, which was at the time doing game art and stuff, when I worked for a company I had a 9-to-5, 40-hour a week, sometimes longer because overtime at a game studio, that whole thing. You know, when I left that, I really did think, oh, I'm gonna be doing my stuff all the time, and that is not how that works. And I feel like I should have had someone around that told me that's not how it worked, but there was nobody I knew that was in that situation. I mean, Gabe was, but Gabe was in such a weird, different kind of, like, he was in comics, so comics have a whole different thing about them. Like, I couldn't learn much from that. But yeah, it was kind of a rude awakening. So now it's like I'm working a day job, but I'm actually working more than I was at my other day job. You know, because at least when I was at the game studio, I'd work, and most of the time I'd come home, and then I'd have designated time to work on my actual stuff. And if I knew then what I know now, I'm absolutely positive I would be using my time more intelligently, I guess. But yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. I'll leave it really red. Oh. And it's gonna get muddy here for a minute, and then I'm gonna go back in. But yeah, it's strange that no one tells you, you know, you have to figure out how to make money. And some people who get really lucky, and I know a few who have been really lucky, where they've gotten to a point where, you know, their business they made or jumped into being an artist is how they make money. You know, where mine, it's, you know, the pet portraits are, in my opinion, a side thing, but they're my main side thing, if that makes sense. Like, they're not what I absolutely am trying to do, but they are how I make my money right now. right? So, you know, the people I know that I'm kind of jealous of are able to do their stuff, their personal work all the time, and that's their business. And I would love to get to that, but at the same time, I know that may not even be possible for me because they have very, what's known as like popular art, I guess. Not pop art exactly, but their art is seen as more mainstream. That's the word I'm looking for, mainstream. So they're able to sell theirs easier, you know? Where mine is a lot more niche. And I know some of you who are into the animal art know what I'm talking about. It's niche, you know, it's not mainstream. There's a certain amount of people who like it a certain way, you know. I do enjoy the pet portraits, yeah, but they're my job now, you know. So everybody who has a job, you know, likes parts of it and hates parts of it. The main thing I hate about it right now is that I'm so behind. And that's, I keep telling myself it's not my fault because I'm going at a pace that's equally keeping quality on it, but also as fast as I can. And if anybody does get up in arms about it, it's like, well, if I go any faster, that's going to sacrifice quality. So I'm doing the best I can, right? So if you ever run into that problem, that's a good thing to remind people of. But, you know, I do enjoy them. It's just, I feel like my own kind of beast that I've created has kind of come back to bite me in a sense. Because it's not what I ultimately want to be doing, you know. And I thought I'd be done with the pile I had last year by now, and I'm still not. I'm very far behind that. Like, this year was supposed to be my year, and I'm sure Serenity, you know, you've heard me say probably for the past 2 years that exact same thing, no? So it sucks because it really was supposed to be, and then COVID really just fucked it all. Absolutely fucked it all. Yeah, this blanket needs more yellow. It's not warm enough. This blanket is not warm enough. There you go. And this helps all the greens kind of match too. So I did kind of plan that in the piece there would be these 3 greens that kind of lead your eye around the room. And you can do that with a lot of things, but I chose to do it with color this time. But it's nice to actually have an eye line. It helps people to look at the piece. How much do I charge for the pet portraits? Well, if anybody wants to see, we've come quite a long way. I've basically made the process streamlined and very self-explanatory. If you go to the end of those pictures, you'll see oh, sorry, I saw a thing. If you go to the end of those pictures, you'll see my flyer. And it's pretty cut and dry, and I'm happy about that. And I'll always do them. I won't stop doing the pet portraits, but I do plan on slowing down on them and actually putting a cap on them at some point. So that's good. It's just for right now we need the money, and you know, so I'm leaving them open, but the ETA, hopefully I'll be freed up by then. Because I really wouldn't mind doing like a pet portrait a week and then having the rest of the week be my stuff. I am more than okay with that. But right now it's crazy. I've still got 40 some to do. So it's kind of a mood killer sometimes. I still try to go with my like if I'm really excited to work on something, or if I had an idea for something, I try to go for it. Because otherwise, if you don't, sometimes that feeling will fall away. You know? It's like a craving. If you don't satisfy your craving, you kind of get upset, you know? So I really try to go get it when I want something. But if I am in the middle of getting someone their thing, as long as I don't take more than an hour on whatever I'm trying to do, I know it won't hurt things too bad. I would love to do a Patreon tier for my comic, but I gotta clear out the other ones once I get to that. So when I get to the point of having more time, I'm probably gonna get rid of like 2 of the tiers on my Patreon, probably the ATC tier. So for those of you who are on my ATC tier, just know that it probably won't be around forever, so you're getting some, I guess, exclusive stuff. I don't know how to put that, but that'll probably, combined with another tier, turn into the comic. And then with that, I'll probably end up like having part of that tier, like explaining how to do a comic, and like just storytelling in general, and kind of making it a more intensive Journey June, in the sense where I'm explaining that stuff in depth and what I'm doing in the comic and why. So that'll probably become a thing, but until I clear out this backlog of what I've got right now, I can't get to that. But that is kind of the ultimate goal. That and my stories. So at the same time, it'll probably just be a lump tier where I'm doing the comic and my stories. Because the comic would be nice as a once a week thing, where the stories, I can spend the bulk of my time. It's just, I also feel like I don't have the, what's the word? I don't have the fan base yet for the, to just go straight off on my comic or whatever. So I'm still working at that too. It's just pulling teeth to get people on a Patreon, let me tell you. And I feel like I've bypassed the grace period of when I do too many ads. I feel like some people have started falling off because I've been doing so many ads for my Patreon, so I need to kind of let up on that recently. I think I've been going a little bit ham. But I mean, money panic will do that to you. I don't know. Has it been removed? Are you not a VIP anymore, Serenity? Did it go away? That's weird. I don't know why it wouldn't be there. Oh wait. Did that change it? Hold on. I don't see anything that says VIP anymore. Oh, really, Asling? That's great. I'm really happy it can be that for you. If I'm a source of inspiration, that's pretty cool. That's a big compliment. Thank you. Ads are tough to get right, it's true. It's true, Crane, but during the pandemic, it's hard to charge more when I can barely charge what I'm charging now. I really don't get orders for them very often digitally. Like, I used to get the bulk of my orders from conventions. So now maybe I'll be lucky to get one a month for the pet portraits. So it's, you know. And I'm not really advertising them very hard right now either, and I don't think I will. I mean, the most advertising I guess I do on a regular basis are when I actually post them on my social media. Then people will be like, what? What's this? You know, but that's about it. Because I'm not trying to get more of those really right now. I would like this this backlog I've got to kind of taper off. It's just I don't know how to. I don't think there's a good way to market for your Patreon really either. I think it depends on who you are, what you do. If you want to be that guy though, there's if you just do tutorials and whatever, everybody seems to love that. If you're decently known, you can basically make your Patreon all about that. But yeah, it's not main for me. I can't really do that as often as I'd like. And plus, tutorials are just kind of hard. Because in a lot of ways, a tutorial is just how you do something, you know? So you don't want to say that, well, this is how you do this. You almost have to say, this is how I do this my way. Because everybody's going to have their way of doing something once they start doing it. It's just tough, you know? Tough to message that, I guess. I think Gabe's making pasta. I can smell it. Yeah, Cavendish. And so, the best advice I can give you on that, if you want it, is lately I've been putting money into sponsoring posts that do well. So noticeably, if one of my posts does better than the others, I put like $5 into it total for, like, I usually do $1 a day for 5 days. Just to test it, see how it does. If it does well, I'll put more into it. But, yeah, it sucks. And I'm only going until I get to probably 10K. I'm at 8K right now. If I get to 10K, I can get that button. And honestly, I just want the button. It makes so much of a difference getting people to certain links. It's one thing to type a link, it's another thing to have a swipe up. So if you get to 10,000 followers, you get the swipe up thing. And it really sucks. It's like a pay to win game. I mean, I did mobile games. I know that stupid philosophy and psychology to it sucks. Because it fucking works, and I hate that. Anyway. So, I mean, just gauging how well your posts do, taking notice of that sort of thing, that's going to help. But I think we made some good points, what was it, 2 streams ago? If you're getting really down about all this internet trying to play the game BS, because it is a game, you're playing the internet's game and it sucks, because game happens to influence your life quite a bit, right? But if you get sick of that, just remember to ask yourself, well, what would I be doing if the internet wasn't a factor? Like, what would I be doing with my time, my life, my everything, if the internet wasn't there? And if you can kind of, you know, say, well, I'd be doing what I'm doing now. That's good, you know. If it be something else, maybe you should think about how you're spending your time right now to make it so that, you know, you would be doing the same thing. Because that must mean that, you know, you want to be doing other things. And the internet might be influencing you too much, you know? I just think it's a good self-check thing too, you know? I'm a big fan of self-check things. Yeah, so let me see if I can find you an example. Oh god, he's making food. Oh, it's killing me. So, if you ever see, let me see, my buddy Bodie does these a lot. Okay, so, example. God, can't even see it. Alright, so my buddy Bodie does this, but when you're looking at a story and it's got this button here, see more, and you can swipe up, and it takes you directly to something, getting this option, the swipe up, sometimes it says see more, sometimes it says watch, you know, it says whatever, but you only get that once you get over 10K. So that's all I'm getting to. Once I get there, I don't care. But having the ability to just insta swipe, because one of the biggest things I learned when I was doing mobile games is the number of clicks, or taps in this case, is huge. So you want the least amount of clicks or taps to get someone to a certain place. And this is also a philosophy for web design. It's all over the place. Least amount possible, okay? For a lot of games, it was also time-based too. You want to get somebody into the game in the least amount of time possible. Quickest you can get somebody into a game. And so the same thing kind of applies here, where all I can do is like literally write a link in my story. Like I literally just write in, you know, www.plump.com, you know, like that's all I can do. But if I had that button, at least then it takes somebody there right away. And that's a game changer, you know, unfortunately. It shouldn't be, but it totally is. Hey Sarah, how you doing?
Not too shabby.
Whoa.
Thanks for asking.
Whoa. My Siri is an Australian person. And I said Sarah, and I think he thought I meant S-I-R-I. Damn it, iPad, not now. Yeah, it really does. The swipe up is nuts. It does so much. And it goes back to what I just told you guys about the whole get them there ASAP. The easiest way possible. You know, and this goes for even links in your profile. I've even got that little link tree type thing. Mine's called Beacons. It's a little bit different, but that's even one click away from whatever you want them to be. Like if your ultimate goal is to get people to your store, just put your damn store link, you know, because you're gonna find it's a lot better to get people to do that. I mean, just think about yourself and how often you'd go to like someone's profile and click this or that or the other thing, you know. It's usually pretty hard pressed to get somebody to do a lot of that stuff. So getting that button is huge. And that's the only reason I want to get to a certain point. Otherwise, it has nothing to do with likability. It has nothing to do with, you know, getting more people to love me or some crap like that. It is literally for the button. I get the button, I'm done. I'm done trying to get to any other point there. I just want the button. That's it. Alright, let's see. Thank you, Perfection. How you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the follow, too, by the way. Sorry, I didn't even notice the follows I got. Kelchi, thank you. Yep, Cavendish, you got it. Make it as easy as possible. Yes. Yes, the knowledge base. Totally feel that. I mean, just getting to the meat of anything, I think, will make you a more concise and easy to understand individual in general. You know, when you can do that, you want to just get to the point. A lot of people that tell like really long-winded stories or just don't get to the meat of it right away, it's really hard to talk to them, you know, because they're not, it's like, get to it. Get to the ending. Tell me what's going on here. Let's see. I've got a few. Do I have another? Damn it. Alright. This is my sad little pencil cup. I use this sometimes, not all the time. I have a really badass sharpener upstairs I love to use, but for the moment, this is what I got. So I had mentioned it earlier, but if anybody on my Patreon is interested in a painting I do, if you're on a tier other than the Curious Collector tier, you can basically use your monthly whatevers to pay it off if you want. I have this thing on my Patreon where I let people basically do layaway for commissions and pet portraits and things. And, you know, there's a specific tier for that. But if you're, like, let's say you love the crap out of this and you're one of my ATC people, you can absolutely be like, all right, I want to take, you know, February, March, and April's Patreon rewards and put them towards this. And I want that. And I'd be like, okay, we can do that. Or, like, if you want, you know, print or a book or something, yeah, you can totally do that too. If that's easier, I'm more than okay doing that. It's just keeping and retaining patrons, especially in this COVID climate, is really difficult. Real difficult. I think I lost 3 people last week. And I kind of know them on a goodish basis. And I know that was because they've run into hard times. And I mean, everybody, I feel like, is. Unless you work for the CDC, you know. Hard times for us all. I mean, the fact Gabe and I have to move again. It's crap. But that's how it happens, I guess. Yeah, crickets. Oh, you must know tons then. What's worse is when you get somebody who, like in a mobile game or something, when they're like, how do I get this thing? It's like, it's right here. And they're like, no, it's not. It's like, did you go there? No. Okay. What? Like, why didn't you go there? That's where it is. It's like, I've told you where it is. Go to it. Oh, okay, thank you. And it's like they didn't even try. It's the weirdest thing. Customer service is so funny in such a weird way. Whenever I have to deal with customer service, oh my god, I try to be the nicest guy ever. Like, for real. Because I do not want to rub them any wrong way, especially when they've had to deal with probably the worst kind of people. Yeah, Asling definitely is. I gotta finish all this top stuff, but for the most part, yeah. For this piece, it'll probably be around 85. So I'll write that on the side for anybody who's interested. I might raise it after the stream, but for now, 85. Yeah, so how that would end up working then, Asling, is if you're, like, you gotta be on a different, well, okay, so I would have you, if you're just on the 1 tier, I think you're on Curious Collector. That might take a while. I would say maybe it'd have to be paid off in 3 months. So it'd be like, because then I have to hold on to it, and let's say it didn't go through or whatever, then that means that there was, you know, however many months of it not able to be sold. So let's put a cap on like 3 months. So if you want to like pay for some of it up front and then the rest of it over time, that's fine. But like I said, I hold on to it and then you pay it off, and then once it's paid off, I'll send it to you. But yeah, if you do want that, message me, and we can set up kind of a PayPal thing for it. Oh, Clippy, come on. I'm on Clippy's team, man. He was just trying to help. Poor Clippy. I mean, he got annoying, yeah, but what, you know, what person doesn't? It's like he's at, you know, Best Buy. He's like, hey, you need any help? Finding everything you need? Or whatever. Like, I've never had to ask somebody that, thank God. For those of you who ever had to do that, I feel for you. That had to be hard. Like, hard work. Seriously. Or Asling, if you want to switch to like the Vigilant Voucher tier and do like 20 a month for it, you could. It's just we can't do the $8, I think, a month. That would be a long damn time. Alright, I'm gonna put some little rocks up in here too, because this is a mix of rocks and dirt. Oh man, if I was smart, I would have put in an earthworm. Look at me not being smart. Real talk. For those of you who have been here for these streams and my tarot ones, do you enjoy these or my tarot ones more? Like, which do you like watching better? And then if you like both, you could say both. But I'm curious, because if you like these more, I mean, I guess I could do these. Worm! I mean, maybe I could hint at one going through? That could be cute. Oh, color is a never-ending battle, let me tell you. Color is a tough one. The best advice I've ever heard about color, I'll put your worm in up here, Crickens. Here's a worm. The best advice I've ever heard about color is never use black or white exclusively. Because nothing in nature is completely black or completely white. So usually if you see me using black or white, I'm going to supplement it with something. Or in this case, I'm going to draw around it and shade it and probably pop it with a pastel. But you never see just black things. So usually if I'm shading something, depending on what it is, but most of the time it ends up either having a purple tint or a blue tint. And then there's things like getting a gray color by mixing like complementary colors, stuff like that. Like, there's tons of color theory out there. But the main thing is no stark white and no black. And already your stuff you're gonna find is more colorful if you already like just start applying that now. Because those blues and those purples, in this case, the whole piece I wanted to have a warm tone, so then I use the purple as my kind of, you know, until I got down here, then it turned to blue. But for the most part, all these areas are purple because the light is coming in, bouncing off all these things like the red and all the other colors in here that are warm, and it's turning to purple. If it was a cooler setting, I'd be using blue. So like up here, I'm not using the purple, I'm using blue and a brown. You like the tarot a bit more? I could see that. It's weird because the tarot ones are a lot easier for me than this, since I'm not used to this as much. It's the marker thing. The marker thing is pretty easy for me to do. Maybe I'll try to do off and on. How do you guys feel about that? So like next week, tarot. Or like I'll try to play it by ear, I guess. This is good when I didn't have time to prepare the tarot card. Because the crappy thing about the tarot one is usually the day before I have to do the line art, right? And then the next day I print out the line art and then I transfer it so that by the time I'm on with you guys, I'm able to just render it, right? You like the switch up, Cavendish? Okay. So basically whatever I'm feeling like doing, you guys are cool with that? I like the worm as an Easter egg. I think that's cute. Good call, Crickets, good call. Oh, Gabe made curry. I can smell it. He hasn't had curry in a while. Marco Buki? Is it Buki or Bucci? Oh yeah, James Gurney. Hands down. That's my choice too, Serenity. James Gurney's YouTube, amazing. He has really great videos that are just free. He's done so much for like Dinotopia and so many other things that he's just his color is nuts. He's one of those ones to do what I kind of refer to as actual magic. Like he'll be painting and it'll just suddenly happen. And you feel kind of dumb once you start learning how he did it and you try to start replicating it and you're like, oh my god, why wasn't I doing this before? Because it's kind of like seeing the Matrix. You know, you finally start doing it and you're like, oh my god, what? Like sometimes things even feel like they shouldn't work when you're doing them and then they just happen. You're like, what? Like there have been a few times I've had a moment when I've been doing something he said and I'm like, oh, okay. Wow. He's amazing. I met him in real life too. Gabe and I were at Spectrum 2017 and we got to meet him. He signed Gabe's watercolor palette, but Gabe never protected it no matter how many times I reminded him, and it eventually wore off and I'm never gonna let him forget it. But anyway, he was such a nice dude. Such a nice dude. And his wife was sweet. And she's sometimes in his videos too. Like, so awesome. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's really good at, like, explaining things for just anybody to really understand. You don't even have to understand color very well or anything like that. He puts it in such a way where you're like, oh yeah, okay. I don't know. It's really good. He's super cheesy, you know, with some of his videos, but it's it's absolutely fine. You're like, oh, you're adorable, James. He's good people. Is it Bucci? Bucci. Yeah, rendering is fun, like what I'm doing right now when it's just relaxing. But when I have to do it for a pet portrait or anything that's a little bit more under a time constraint, it drives me a little bit nuts. We might get to do the de-taping, you guys. Would that be interesting to you to see the de-taping? I've never had a super clean de-taping. Like if this one ends up being super clean, I'll eat my hat. I will eat my damn hat. Ugh, Gabe proves it to me all the time. He's one of those people who can just kind of do a great one. I'm like, man, screw you. His detapings are always awesome. Or untaping? I don't know what the actual correct term is. Taking the tape off. He's really good about it. We'll give it a go, though. Maybe I'll get lucky this time. Mine always go underneath it or rip up the paper. But Gabe did say if it ever starts ripping the paper, if you apply some heat to it, whether it be with your hand or taking like a hairdryer or something to it, it loosens the adhesive so that you can pull up the tape easier. I know! So does mine. This time though, I tried to take my nail and go across it. We'll see how it goes. Like, I want to believe this creature stuck these bunches of lilac-y type whatevers. You know what I should have done? Oh my god. I feel like an idiot now. These should have all been radishes. Or some kind of beetroot. Oh my god. Now I want to make another one. Oh, I'm so mad now. God, that's so dumb. Like a root vegetable? Like a thing that eats potatoes and maybe there's like bites taken out of the potato? God damn it. Maybe I'll do another underground one. I love the shit out of radishes though. Oh my god. Beets, radishes, potats. Underground. Damn it. I feel like I totally missed an opportunity with this. It's a coloring page. Yes. Actually, maybe, would that be fun, Crickens? Do you want, I realize maybe now that you say that, my coloring pages never really have an environment. Tiny berries growing from the ceiling. Oh. Yeah, what the hell was I thinking? I'm putting literal flowers and berries in here? Is this even... Oh my god. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fantasy, right? Yep. Yep, that's where we're at. It's fantasy. They could be, shade plants, right? Yeah. Shade plants. They like shade. I cannot tell if the edges are even done to where I want them to be, but you know what? I do really want to do the tape thing, so we're gonna do that anyway at the end of this. And Bernie with the mittens. Oh, Bernie. He was so smart to turn that into a charity opportunity. For those that don't know, Bernie took the Bernie sitting meme and he made them into shirts that he's selling for charity. And I thought that was smart. I thought, what a good use of a meme. Because really, there isn't a good use for a meme other than bringing people together and potentially using it for charity, right? Right. Radishes are out. Berries are in. Hell, man, who knows? What am I even doing? I think I might just put a couple leaves in here too. Yeah, it's true. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Malva. I appreciate that. We've done the whole thing on stream. So if you even want to look at it, how it came about, you can do that. Otherwise, I do have another time lapse similar to this that I put out the other day on YouTube. Starting to get my YouTube up and going, so if anybody wants to support that, that would be much obliged. At some point I'm gonna do, hi, I'm Cloverkin videos, here's art things. But I gotta get to the point where I got time for that. I'm trying to put this here. Let's put some green in them. This will be a nice way to get some more green in. Thank you so much, Malva. I really appreciate that. And good on you for going around shopping for art channels. That's great. We need more love. I mean, the game channels get a lot of love, but art channels kind of get overshadowed a lot of the time, so I appreciate it. Thank you for shopping. Thanks for shopping on Twitch Art. I'll probably make this pop more in a bit. Once they dry, I'll probably take a really nicely sharpened pastel and then go in here and mess these up better. Mess them up something good. Oh, Crickens, I love you. You were wonderful. Thank you all for being here with me. It means so much. I think those pops of green might help. Take some red. Sometimes it's nice to add some bounce light. I feel like there might be a little bit. That's a little bit too much there. You too, Malva. Thank you so much. Yeah, that red adds some nice bounce in, huh? Bounce like baby. Bounce like baby. For me, figuring out color has really just been like noticing color in real life. Being like, yeah, there's usually some yellows. This is warm. There's yellows here. There's reds here. I've been really stumbling my way towards it, but you know. Ooh, Cavendish, I like that. Well, then it has to have carrots. If I do a radish one, maybe I'll make it something weird, like a goblin or something. That'd be pretty fun. I don't know why socials wasn't working. That was weird. Ah, true, Cavendish. I like that. Yeah, true that. Cool colors next to light colors. One of my other biggest ones too, now that we're on to color revelation, was it was a Goro Fujita. Actually, I'll bring this up. I think I can find it. Goro Fujita does this really amazing concept work where he just hints at things with color, and it just pops, like it's just there all of a sudden. And he had this one where I wonder if it's even in here anymore. He had done this one tutorial for color where the whole idea was saturated light or saturated color shows, like, makes it look more like it's in the light. Like, you would think, you know, making it whiter or making it lighter, anything like that, makes it more look like it's in light. But what really, like, if you had a desaturated red and you had a bold red, that red is gonna look like it's lit. And I felt so dumb for this, and I wish I had another piece of watercolor paper. But it's completely true. Like, if you've got, guess I'm just gonna use this. Case in point, let's say we have, oh my god, drawn on a napkin. Here we are. If you have a cube, that is a decent cube. Look at this decent cube. So decent, so wholesome cube. If you have this really, really bold red on this side, right? Really bold. Holy shit. I said bold red. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay. We're getting there. Total waste of watercolors. I don't even care right now. I'm trying to prove a damn point. Okay. You got this really bold red, right? Right? Here it is. That's the boldest red. There you go. That's all you're getting for now. And then if you have, let's say, a desaturated red. Desaturated red. That's still not even, like, it doesn't even need to be as whatever next to it. Like, immediately, that's in the light, right? I feel super dumb for this. And it's still, like, legit red. Like, it's like 255 red. I feel dumb for that. I feel like to make things be in the light, you know, you'd have to have them be, I don't know, lit with a color, but it's not really true, honestly. All right. There we go. Oh, the Q-bird hopping noises. Oh my god. I hear marble madness because I'm a douchebag. Right, you have this knee-jerk thing to add white things to it, but it's like, no. So like on here, honestly, if I wanted to, I could add either pops of yellow or pops of bright purple, and, you know, it would do it. It's crazy. Anyway, I do add white sometimes, though, just so I can add my pastels on top of it. I do not have my pastels here, though, but believe me, you know, once I add the white down, it brings the paper back, which means that once I put a pastel over it, it takes the white more than it takes whatever color is behind. So that's why I do that. I know it looks weird, totally against what I've been saying, but radishes make you think of Fraggle Rock, really? I always think of Mario. Like turnips, radishes, those kind. Like, those are the kind that pop into my head. Sometimes wetting Prismacolor pencils. Like, this is not a watercolor pencil, but I'm wetting it and it's totally like making the dirt sing here. I mean, some things will have a speck highlight, like in this case, basically the worm would, but I mean, you could do the worm with a white, which I wouldn't suggest, but you could. But like, not a full-on white. So like this is like a, you know, and then pull it. But you could do like a peach color, and it would do the same thing, if not a little bit better. Because you see how this starts to get muddy? That's because of the white. If you had an actual peach color here, 100% better. I guarantee you'd be like, what? But in this case, the white might not be such a bad idea because you don't necessarily want to bring attention to the worm up here. You want people to know what it is, but you don't necessarily want to call it out. So by doing this sort of highlighting, you can tell what it is, but you're still not drawn to it. Now, if I took this color and put it up here, you definitely would go right to that. But in this way, it's more of a subtle, hey, I'm over here, but, you know, see me when you see me sort of deal. You know? So, I mean, you can use it, but use it wisely, I guess. I mean, you can do whatever you want, technically, but there are best practices and uses for things. But do whatever you can to make it look good or right to you. Did they really? God, I don't even remember Fraggle Rock. I feel like such an asshole. I love Jim Henson and all that, but Fraggles. Don't really remember. Gargamel? Was he the bad guy? Was that the bad dude always trying to kill all the Fraggles? Okay, but for real, were Fraggles freeloading off of humans? Like, were they taking our electricity and shit? Because that's kind of messed. I could get why that dude was angry. I feel like I watched The Muppet Show more than I watched Fraggle Rock. But I feel like I'd like Fraggle Rock more now. Maybe back then I just didn't appreciate its splendor. I don't know. Oh, that's Smurfs. Damn it. Who was the bad guy, though, that wanted the Fraggles? There was a guy. Come on. I remember a dude. Wasn't there a dude? Oh, Serenity. I love you. You're the best mod ever. Thank you for helping and being here. You take care, okay? No, the Doozers! I remember them! Oh, they looked like pod people! Oh, I loved them! I love them more than Fraggles. That's why I didn't like Fraggles. I remember I love those little guys. Oh my god. Now I'm really depressed. Damn it. I love them. They were like the pod people from Dark Crystal. Oh my god. Oh wait, the dude with the dog liked them though, didn't he? That guy I remember. Poor Doozers. God damn it. This is weird because I kind of know what I'm doing and I kind of don't. I'm kind of just effing around and just trying to add texture, really. Texture and just shapes. Doing something as organic as dirt really doesn't have much rules. Remember to put in the dirt hair. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say dirt hair? Or maybe that's just a me thing. I feel like it's a holiday weekend or something. Is something happening this weekend? Dirt hair. What's everybody doing the rest of the night? I'm trapped under a cat. Oh no. I'm still trying to find that guy's video where he talks about color. I think it had a red robot. This looks right. Oh, what? Pardon my terrible mouse. This is weird because he's like solely switched over to VR painting, which is kind of weird. Oh, weird. He has a tutorial. Well, maybe he took it down because he wasn't making money off it and he totally deserves money. But the image in the upper left is exactly what I'm talking about. So that whole 100% red versus other things, you can kind of see what I'm talking. Hell yeah, tacos. Homie, I could eat tacos for the rest of my life and be absolutely happy. I understand you 1,000,000. Seriously. I get you, Cavendish. I get you. I mean, I got the perk of dating a Mexican man, which means when his family makes tamales, I get tamales. It's pretty dope. Oh my god, did I seriously do that? You get buckets of them. Yeah, actually his mom does kind of load us up, so that's real nice. You make all the tamales. It's true, man. You can't just make a couple of those things. The recipes are always insane. Gabe actually made really good tamales once when he tried. Like, he made some really good ones. Super surprised. He hadn't cooked them before or anything, and suddenly there they were, and they were delicious. The thing about doing something that's putting its face up on a wall or on a window is it's got those. Hold on. Perf on window. And it's weird because it is usually lighter. Trying to figure out if it's got that same look as the other thing we just talked about does. I think it's usually white. It's close to white. It's like a lighter version of whatever. So maybe tinting them. Anyway, let's see. Where else am I missing? All these books are kind of not so happy here. Oh, that's great, Crickens. That's because abuelos have nothing else to do except make food for their fam. Oh my god. It's like gold. Oh, papusas. No. Oh my god, Cavendish. Are you for real? That is amazing. I am so jealous right now. You don't even know, dude. I think that's on my bucket list. I would like that someday. To be at a place where they make food for you live in front of you. I think that'd be sick. I just realized one of the colors I've been mixing on my own has been in my color palette mixed. So I feel like a moron. Oh my god, she was a fairy. She's a Mexican fairy. Consider yourself one of the lucky ones. She chose you. Oh, cute. What a sweetheart. Oh, crickets. Dinner fairy. Oh my god. You guys know some amazing people. Just saying. Dinner fairy. That's so cool. Okay. Should we do an untaping? I feel bad Serenity wasn't there for this. Oh man, there's some more stuff I want to do over here. That is completely lost. You guys, why didn't you tell me how bad this looked? You can't even, what is this? The walnut bleeds into the floor. Come on. You guys are watching me this whole time, you don't tell me this? Come on. And then this is how I get on to doing the other parts. So I just went from one part into the other here. Alright. I'll let you off the hook this once. Once. Alright. That dry? Did that already dry? Damn it, now I got myself busy doing all this other junk. Hold on. Forgot all about down here. someday I want to buy a piece off of somebody who I've seen the process for. I don't think I've ever done that. I know people do that for me, but I don't think I have actually ever done that. I would like to have a piece where I've seen the video of how it was created. I think that'd be cool. I have no idea why I've never done that. I guess it's something you can't really seek out easily either. Like, you'd probably have to seek out the video and then ask them if it exists elsewhere or some crap. Weird. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to take the thing to this later. Pastel. Just doing it right now to separate it on the floor. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, Cavendish. Someone like myself, but that isn't myself. How am I not myself? Alright. Let's do the taping. The de-taping. The undressing. You guys ready? I wonder if it's better closer or further away. Whatever. Okay. Let's go over here. Oh shit. I went too fast. I missed it. There's a little dip there. Gabe always called this paint porn. Let's go this way. Not bad. Not bad. Alright. Alright. That was a pretty good one. Play some saxophone. Yeah! Strip that shit. Strip that shit. Alright. Never mind my discolored skin. Oh, that's a little better. Oh yeah. Damn though. Okay, that was a good side. Oh, we're gonna take some of this one with us. Alright. Oh, 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 it's magic. Here we go, here we go. Oh. Damn it. What is that? Okay, that was on my screen. Now some of my crop lines. Damn. I can fix that. I tried, man. I'll get it someday. Someday I'll be as good as Gabe. Someday. Ooh, this side's better. Oh, do it, do it. Yeah. Not bad. I would say we're probably at a, what, 90% tear rate? Well, that is just cute. That is just cute. There we go. Whatever, light. There we go. So clean. For the most part. Mine is this biz, but I don't think you can see it on the thing. There you go. Now you can see it. I'll probably take a ruler and take one of my paint pens and just go down the side. You won't even see it. Look at this little nommer. This little fat little bastard. He's trying to get at that food. You little plumper. You little hungry plumper, you. Trying to get them berries. Oh, so adorable. I love caterpillars. Oh my god. Okay, so that concludes our stream today. I'll probably go through and, like I mentioned earlier, pop some colors and things. I don't know why that... Oh, that's why. Well, here. There we go. That's truer to the colors it is. It was getting blown the fuck out. Why? Why? Weird. Maybe if I... Oh yeah, that kind of did it. As long as I don't move my hands in front of it, it'll fix itself. A little bit. There you go. Alright, that's what it looks like. Oh, thank you, Tad. I appreciate that. Well, this was fun. This is a 5x7 piece. I will probably go in and do a few other things. Usually I'll revisit it the next day and like peck away at the things that piss me off. So like this bookmark's not done. Like there's a few things that aren't even done. Like this come on. Do some quick shine on this shit. Put some of this on this. I realized the other day I haven't been raiding enough people. I forgot all about raids, and I don't even know how I did that. Tad, are you streaming? Or are you gonna be streaming? Not tonight, tomorrow. Y'all should give Tad a follow. He streams and he's amazing. He's like 20 times better than me. 20 million. He's good people too. He's a fun baby. You're doing your webcomic, right? You're still doing that? Or did you take a break? I don't think I've seen a page for a long time. Oh my god, you guys, this book's not even done. I'm telling you, so the next day when I get fresh eyes, I usually never ship things out the next day for this reason. Like, I take another day to look over stuff because your girl forgets. Oh, do I forget. This book is not even done. Work took over. Oh, I hear you, Tad. I look forward to seeing it again. What you had going on was dope. Loved it. It's great. You're awesome. All right. There we go. Oh my god. F this light. There we go. Oh yeah, Clip Studio. Baby. Love me some Clip. Okay, I'm gonna go. Hopefully next weekend I'll have another tarot card ready to do, because we're on, what, number 6? Something like that. And then soon I'll be able to make them, to sell them for you. But yeah, so I'll either be doing the Emperor or Empress. I'm thinking the Emperor is going to be a stag, and the Empress is going to be a doe. I just thought it made sense. I think that's it. I don't have anything else coming up next week, really. I'll put stuff on my Instagram if I think of anything. But yeah, everybody give Tad a follow. He's good people. Thank you for joining me tonight, because this was really up in the air. I did not know where, especially up here. Oh, yeah, I didn't know. It's probably pretty apparent for a while. I did not know. Anyway, we made it. We got through it. It's all right. I had the most fun on this part. This part surprised me the most. And the part that made me happy throughout the entire piece was this little dude. He makes me happy. So, I'm pretty pleased overall. But this, I think, is for sale. I don't know if Aslan contacted me. I will put up if it is still available tomorrow. And then this piece, this is not fully done yet. I still need to do a lot of line work on this, but that should be available soon. And this one is going to be on Monday, unless one of my patrons claims it this weekend. They get first dibs. So this is the one that, the time lapse, which I will put in again. Let's see. Hey, Steven! We're ending. I'm sorry. Everybody give Steven a follow. All my furry folk that are in here, give Steven a follow. Oh, God, Dennis, I'm leaving! Thank you for the raid, Dennis. Hi, everybody. Alright, I'm gonna be leaving soon in a minute. But anyway, here, this is the one that this time-lapse is for. Thank you all for the follows. Dennis, you were streaming? I didn't even know. Well, that's because Dennis is cool. Thank you, Dennis. This is the one we did today on stream. So if you want to see the beginning to end of this watercolor, rewatch the stream when I get off here. But so far this one is available, but I'll let you know for sure tomorrow. This one will be Monday, like I said, unless one of my patrons claims it. And I've got other ones on cloverkin.com/originals for anybody who's interested. But you did a cooking stream. Oh, Dennis, you're so crazy. I did a cooking stream once. I called it Cooking with Cloverkin, and I would love to do it again because it was really fun. Anyway, okay. Thank you for the raid, Dennis. Oh, Imaginary Nomad, thank you. Forging Winton, hi. Kurt, B-Mail. I'll see everybody next week, okay? Next week we'll be doing the tarot card instead of this watercolor business. Anyway, thank you for being here. I love you all. Thank you so much. Bye.